All right, we are live. We are live. Welcome, everybody. Happy Sunday. Let me let the chat know that we're live. Thank you for confirmation, Holly, that you can hear and see everything okay today. Give people a second to join on in. And we're immediately getting some cha-chings that look like we're going to have some gift card giveaways to start the stream off. But before we get into things, welcome everybody. Happy Sunday and welcome to today's public sticker design Procreate live stream. I'm so happy to see you all. If you are in the chat, make sure you change over from top chat to live chat so that you're not missing out on any of the conversation today. Excuse me, I just pounded a lunch salad, so I had a cheeky little burp that had to come through. So once again, make sure you change over from top chat to live chat so that you're not missing out on the conversation, and make sure throughout the stream to double check always that you are still live. You can always see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, if the live word with the little circle is red, that means that you're live. If it shows a little time next to it and it's gray, then that means that you may have gotten behind in the live stream a little bit. Teresa, top chat versus live chat, that is a setting towards the top of your chat window. Sometimes it's called like all messages versus top messages. Basically, it's a way that you can turn off YouTube's automatic filtering system that sometimes will unnecessarily filter out certain people's chats. It's like an I think, spam bot, measure. But YouTube live streams always automatically default to the like filtered version, which is sometimes called top chat or top messages. So if you go to the top of the chat, there should be some way that you can find some settings and you can turn off and make sure it's selected on like all messages or live chat. It depends on what device you're on. It's called different things. So I'm going to say hello to people before we get started. And it looks like we have several people that have sent in gift cards to give away today. If you are new to my live streams, in almost every single live stream I do, we have community members in the chat who purchase gift cards from my sticker shop and then send them to me to donate during the live streams. It is just a very kind, like, pay it forward chain that started about a year ago and has continued in almost every live stream. So before we get into working on my new sticker designs, we will definitely be kicking things off with some gift card giveaways. Before we get into that, let me scroll up in the chat and start saying hello to people because it's always such a pleasure to see all your names and faces popping in. Hello, Rabarella and Karen. Hello, Harley. Hello, Holly and Farley. Hi, Mars and Bree Davis. Welcome, Jada, Anya, Kayla, Emval, Jess, Tara, Dog Lover, aka Tammy. Hello, Sandra and Skyly J. Hello, Andrea and Sandra. Hello, Oma, Vilkomen. Hello, Melly. Hello, Jordan. Jordan's getting some cleaning done today before playing D&D. Love to hear it. Gotta love that Sunday D&D game. Let's see, continuing to scroll. Hello to Kelsey Walker. Welcome in. Kelsey said, I'm so excited for this, especially as a grown emo kid. I know I've been saying that these new sticker designs are speaking to my teenage, emo kid heart. I am definitely like an elder grown emo now. I still exclusively listen to like pop punk 2000s emo music. I mean, it's a core piece of me. So I am very excited to be leaning into that emo side with this Gothic sticker collection that we're working on right now. Hi, Haley Sully. Hello, Catherine. Welcome. Hello, Blue Wolf. Who else is here? Continuing to scroll. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Teresa and Maritza. I love how all of your names rhyme. That was very satisfying. Hi, Sandy. Welcome in. Farley said, I'm so happy to see birds in this collection to decorate my daily bird observation spreads. Yes, Farley, the bird watcher. We got some birds for you. Gotta love it. Hello, Yvonne. Welcome in. Hello, Mallory. It is so nice to see all of you today. Hi, M Journals. Almost at the bottom of the chat. Hello, Marlene and Dale. And welcome to everybody else who's here, whether you are in the chat or watching and lurking in the background or watching the replay in the future. Welcome once again. I'm so excited to have you here and so excited to spend our Sunday together. So, today, we are going to be working on some new sticker designs, specifically my newest sticker collection that I am currently working on, which is this Gothic castle inspired sticker collection. I've been working on these stickers over the last couple weeks with my patrons over at patreon.com/planningwithkay. That is like a monthly subscription where at different tiers you get different rewards from me, including 7 live streams, or actually 8 live streams a month. So, in those live streams throughout July, we've been working on this collection, and I want to get this collection finished in the next week. So, I'm going to be spending 4 to 5 hours today working on my new Gothic sticker collection. As usual, I'm going to be doing all of the designing on my iPad with the app Procreate and my Apple Pencil. So that is the plan for today. Before I take you into the stickers and start showing you what we've already created, we are going to kick things off with some giveaways. Hello, Aubrey. Welcome in. Hello, Nicola. So, I have noticed that we have some sticker fairies in the chat who have come to bless us and bestow their sticker magic upon us today. What that means is that we have a few community members that have gone to my website, planningwithkay.com. They purchased some gift cards and then they sent me screenshots of those gift cards to give away to you guys in the chat. This is such a sweet tradition that has started in these live streams that still absolutely blows me away every single time. So let's see who our sticker fairies are today and how many gift cards we are going to be giving away. So we have Nicola. Nicola is our first sticker fairy. Nicola is almost a sticker fairy in every single live stream. We all love and appreciate Nicola and her generosity so incredibly much. So I see that we have 2 $10 gift cards from Nicola. I also see that we have another very commonly seen sticker fairy here, and that is Anya. Anya from Norway has donated 2 $10 gift cards to give away to you guys today. And Nicola is over in the UK, by the way. Not only are they sticker fairies, but they are international sticker fairies. So we have 2 gift cards from Anya, 2 gift cards from Nicola, and I was looking through my emails this morning and I think I also have a gift card hiding in my email inbox. So one sec, let me go confirm if this is the case. Okay, so this gift card, and I don't think Zoe is here right now, but this gift card was actually sent to me. This was sent last Sunday, but the email is unopened. Okay, let me do some investigating. I have to see if I already sent this gift card last Sunday. Let me check. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think I've sent this gift card yet. I'm trying to see. Okay, I'm going to hang on to that one. I'm going to have to ask Zoe if she remembers if I already sent this gift card. But we are going to start off with the 4 gift cards donated by Anya and by Nicola in the chat. Thank you so much, Anya and Nicola. You guys are so incredibly generous. It is so, so sweet of you to donate these gift cards to give away so that people in the chat can enjoy some free stickers and feel the giveaway magic. So here's how this giveaway is going to work. We are going to do 2 separate rounds of giveaway. One giveaway is going to be for 2 $10 gift cards. We're going to have 2 different winners. And this giveaway is going to be open to everybody. Everybody is welcome to enter. After we give away those first 2 gift cards, I'm then going to give away the second 2 gift cards specifically to people who have never before won a Planning with Kay gift card giveaway in a live stream. Because I always love giving a chance to new people and new winners in these streams. So we're going to do 2 quick giveaway rounds, starting with the first round that once again is open to everybody in the chat. Here is how the gift card giveaways work. When I say ready, set, go, if you would like to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is type in one number into the chat between 1 and 100. And that is it. Every person will get one entry, so one number per person. Once everybody has typed their entries in, after I say ready, set, go, I'll use a random number generator to find our 2 winners. If you end up winning, all you need to do is send me a message on Instagram. If you don't have Instagram, that's okay. We'll figure out another way. But you send me a message and I'll respond to your message with your gift card. And the gift card is simply a 16-digit code that you type into the coupon code section when you purchase something from my website. And you can use these gift cards. You can use them anytime you want. They do not expire. You can combine gift cards, and they are usable for purchasing anything in my sticker shop, whether that's physical or digital stickers. Okay, so we are going to do the first round of the giveaway now. It is going to once again be for 2 $10 gift cards. We're going to have 2 winners. And this first giveaway is open to everybody. So everybody is welcome to enter. All right. So when I say ready, set, go, if you would like to enter, you are just going to type in one number into the chat between 1 and 100. It will not be the number 1 and it will not be the number 100, something in between. Okay. So if you are ready to enter the giveaway, get your number in mind, get your typing fingers ready, and ready, set, go. Go ahead and type in one number into the chat between 1 and 100. Once I see the chat stop, I will assume everybody has gotten their entries in, and we will go ahead and find our winners. Karen, I love your dedication to your lucky number 16. That one day is going to be a winner. I truly believe you're just waiting for that 16 to get chosen. Maybe today's the day. Maybe now that I said something, we'll get a 16. Yes, Holly, you're all good. I can see your entry in the chat. All right, so we are doing our first giveaway. If you would like to enter this giveaway for a $10 gift card to my sticker shop, type in one number into the chat between 1 and 100, and that is it. I'm going to wait for the chat to stop, and once everybody has gotten their entries in, we'll find our winners. It looks like we have some duplicate numbers. So Karen asked who typed in, or Sandra asked who typed in 88 first. Sandy did, Sandra. Sandy typed in 88 first, and Sandra, you typed it in second. So if you would like to change your guess, you can. There is a chance both of you could win if our first winning number is 88. So it's up to you if you would like to change your guess. All right, so I'm going to let Sandra get her new entry in. Right now, my final entries are Sandra, Donna, Yanira, Sarah Ann, and Shakitha. And I think everybody has gotten their entries in. The chat has stopped. So let me pull up my random number generator. Tracy, there you go. You got yours in at the last moment. And let's go ahead and find our two $10 gift card winners. Drum roll, please. All right. Number one is 55. Nobody guessed the number 55. Oh my God, Karen, how did I just had a feeling that because I said something, we were going to get number 16. The universe is smiling down upon us today. Karen, oh my God, that is very exciting. I'm glad I said something. And congratulations, you are our first winner, Karen. Did anyone else guess the number 16? Nope, it's all you, Karen. So go ahead and send me a message, Karen, on Instagram, and I will send you your gift card. Congratulations once again. I am so excited. You've been so faithful to 16 through all the giveaways recently. So I'm stoked for you. All right, let's go ahead and find our second winner. Drum roll, please. Number 19. Oh, that's a tough one to search because of MVal's username. But I don't think anyone picked the number 19. Oh, Yanira. Yanira. Yanira, you are our second winner with the number 19. Let me type in both of you into the chat and say congrats. So Karen and Yanira, both of you can go ahead and send me an Instagram message at PlanningWithKay. Any message will do, and I'll respond to you with your gift cards. If you don't have Instagram, Yanira, just let me know. Oh, and Yanira is a first-time winner. Congratulations. That is so incredibly exciting. And because Yanira is a first-time winner, I think I'm going to pick one more winner. I think I'll pick one more. Since we have a first-timer in that batch, let's go ahead and find a third winner from this group. And then we'll give away the final gift card to another first-time winner, okay? But drum roll, please, because we are going to find one more winner right now. Let's see. All right. And our third winner is Jada. Congratulations, Jada, with the lucky number 25. So congratulations to Karen, Jada, and Yanira, our first three gift card giveaway winners. All three of you send me an Instagram message, and I will respond to you with your gift cards. All right. Karen, here is your gift card right there. Here is Yanira. Amazing. Here is your gift card. And Jada, there you are. Perfect. Okay. So there are our first three winners with their gift cards sent. Before we get into anything else, we're going to do one more giveaway round. One more giveaway round. We have one more $10 gift card to give away. And I would like to specifically give this one away to anybody who has never before won a gift card giveaway during one of my live streams. So sound off in the chat right now if that applies to you. If you are somebody who has never won a gift card during one of my live stream giveaways, let me know right now in the chat. I want to get an idea of how many people have never won a gift card before. So don't type in your number yet. Just let me know. Say me, I've never won, something like that. If you have never won one of these gift cards before, just so I can get an idea of how many people we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tracy said, me, first time here. I'm so happy to have you here, Tracy. Welcome in. All right. So we got a pretty small group of people who have never won. Out of like 60 people, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. About 12 people who have never won a gift card before. That gives you an idea if this is your first time here. That can give you an idea of how many gift cards have been given away during these live streams. That in a group of 60, only about like 12 people have never won before. So make sure you always come and check on Sundays if I am live streaming. I live stream almost every single Sunday around 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern time. And the live streams usually always kick off with these giveaways. So never a bad idea to pop in and see what's happening. Okay, so we are going to do our final giveaway round. This is going to be for a $10 gift card, specifically to somebody who has never won a gift card giveaway here before. So if that applies to you, when I say ready, set, go, you are going to type in one number into the chat between 1 and 40. One number into the chat between 1 and 40. I'm doing a smaller number because there's fewer people. It won't be the number 1 and it won't be the number 40. It's going to be something in between. Once you all have gotten your entries in, we'll use the random number generator again to find our winner. And this is going to be a first-time winner, somebody who has never won a gift card giveaway during one of my live streams before. So if that is you and you would like to enter the giveaway, get your number in mind, get your typing fingers ready, and ready, set, go. Go ahead and type in one number into the chat between 1 and 40, only if you are somebody who has never won a gift card giveaway in one of my live streams before. All right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've got 11 entries in so far. I think we had maybe like 12 people total. So I'll just give it a minute for any last second entries to come in. But if you're just joining, we are doing a gift card giveaway specifically for somebody who has never won a gift card giveaway here before. So if that's you, if you're a first-time winner, have never won one of my sticker gift cards in a live stream before, type in one number into the chat between 1 and 40. And Holly, I'll be able to answer questions once the giveaways are over. Okay, it looks like all of the entries are in. I don't see any more numbers being typed into the chat. So let's get our random number generator pulled up with my new limits. And let's find our fourth gift card giveaway winner of the day. Drum roll, please. First number is 5. Nobody guessed the number 5. Number 14, and there we go. Diane Pipan, congratulations. You are our first time winner of the day, and you have won a $10 gift card to my sticker shop. Congratulations, Diane. If you have an Instagram, Diane, you can just go ahead and send me any message on Instagram at PlanningWithKay. If you don't have Instagram, let me know and I'll give you my email instead. But if you have Instagram, that's always easiest. And congratulations. Congratulations to our 4 winners, especially our 2 first-time winners. Thank you so much again to Anya and to Nicola for donating all 4 of those sticker gift cards to give away today. I really cannot take credit for these giveaways. I am merely the facilitator of the giveaways, but these are community donated and community driven giveaways. These are people in our live streams purchasing gift cards from my sticker shop to give away to you guys to sprinkle the sticker magic throughout our community. So thank you so much for your generosity, for your kindness, for being here as a part of our lovely little internet community. I wouldn't want it any other way, and I'm so grateful to you guys. So congratulations, everybody. Diane, I'm going to await a message from you on Instagram. And then we will go ahead and get started. Also, Bree, I think it's maybe the same Bree who's in the chat, but if you're the one who tagged me in your digital pen and paper August setup, I'm just seeing that right now and sharing it to my story. It is so beautiful. I love how you used the digital stickers. It's definitely sharing that to my story. And all right, I'm going to keep an eye out for Diane's message. And that is it for the giveaways to kick off today's live stream. So before we get into the sticker designing, I'm going to answer any questions. And perfect, Diane, I just got your message. And here is your gift card. Congratulations once again. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and answer any questions that need to be answered before we get into our sticker designing for the day. I saw Holly had a question about Patreon. So let me scroll up. So Holly is in the $3 tier, and she asked, do you know how many public live streams the $3 tier will have in August? And I wanted to know if I can join the $5 tier, but I thought as it's different than the higher tiers, if that makes sense. So Holly, here's how the live streams are split across the Patreon tiers. Can you guys hear Luna screaming to come in? Come in here. Come on. I tried to tell you there was a live stream. Come on. Come on. I tried to tell you, but you were just so sleepy. Yeah, you were so sleepy. You didn't want to come in earlier. All right, Luna has joined us. So on Patreon, I live stream 8 times a month. If you join the free tier or the $1 tier, you get access to at least one live stream a month. If you join the $3 tier, you get access. Okay. See ya, girl. If you join the $3 tier, you get access to, oh man. Okay, hang on. I got to make sure I don't get mixed up. I just lost my train of thought. Hang on. It says if you go to my Patreon and click on like membership, you can read it. But if you join my free or my $1 Patreon tier, then you get access to at least one live stream a month. If you join my $3 tier, you get 2 live streams a month. If you join my $5 tier, you get 4 live streams a month. If you join my $10 tier, you get 7 live streams a month. And then the 8th live stream is a special live stream for $40 and $50 patrons. But all that being said, Holly, at your tier, which is the $3 tier, you will get 4 exclusive Patreon live streams a month. And that doesn't include my Sunday public live streams, just like the one I'm doing today. The Sunday live streams that are public on my YouTube channel are completely separate from the 8 Patreon exclusive live streams that I do every single month. So Holly, at your current tier, you're going to get access to 2 live streams. And if you would like 2 more, then you can join the $5 tier. And once again, if you just go to my Patreon, you can find the page that has all of my tiers and all of the different rewards listed under each tier. So I hope that answers your question, Holly. I can't remember if I said hi to you, Donna, but hello, welcome in. And Donna said, I'm so pissed. My fridge stopped working. My car's making horrible sound. At least having a 100-year-old fridge in the garage and a 20-year-old fridge in the basement and a mini fridge. Worst part is my meds take up a lot of fridge space. Ugh, Donna, I'm so sorry. It's the worst when everything starts breaking at once. Like, I feel you. Our AC is not working properly, and we need new tires on the car. And it always is just like a financial give and take, trying to get things repaired and fixed and figuring out what's priority and what's not. So I'm sending you lots of good vibes for both your car and your fridge, Donna. And know that you're not alone. You're not alone. Rabarella said, Holly, I'm in the $5 tier most of the time, and I think it's a great tier. You get all of the printables, if I recall, plus sufficient enough live streams. And exactly, the $5 Patreon tier, I think, is a really great one because you get 4 live streams and all of the printables. So, for example, this morning, I just posted all of the new National Park printables to Patreon. So, if you were to join the $5 Patreon tier, you would be able to download and print all of these printable journal pages that I just posted. The $1 tier gets you access to maybe like half of the printables, and the $5 tier, you get access to the rest, and you get those live streams. So the $5 tier, I think, is a great starter level if you like my live streams, if you like the idea of being able to print out printables just like this that you can print and stick in your journal pages. Here are like some of the game night printables printed off to the side here. I make printables for every new sticker theme that I create. So even if you don't end up with the sticker collections, you can have these instant downloads that you can just print at home yourself onto sticker paper and use in your journal. So the $5 tier gets you access to all of those. But again, you can always just join my Patreon for free as well if you want one live stream a month. And I also usually make at least one of the printables every month accessible to my free patrons as well. So this month, if you join my free Patreon tier, I actually made this mixed weekly printable available to free patrons as well. So that's this month's little printable freebie. Catherine G, thank you so much for the super chat of $1.99. I'm so happy to have you here. I don't monetize these live streams on YouTube to limit the amount of ads that show up and make it a little bit easier to watch. So I really do appreciate any super chat donations that come in. And thank you so much for supporting my channel and supporting the Planning with Kay community. I'm so happy to have you here. Haley Sully said, I'm so excited. I joined Patreon for this month for the Gothic designs, and it'll be nice to have extra live streams as I had to take medical leave. So happy to have that to look forward to. I'm so happy to have you as a new patron, Haley. Welcome to the Patreon fam. And the Gothic collection, as Haley mentioned, is this month's Patreon sticker rewards. So if you like the look of the stickers we're designing today, you can receive these stickers by joining one of my $15 or higher Patreon tiers anytime in August. Anytime this month, you can qualify and you'll be automatically shipped these stickers next month. But all you have to do is join my $15 or up Patreon tier anytime before August 31st or anytime by August 31st. And Diane asked, is there a digital only tier? So all of my sticker delivery tiers come with all of the digital files. So once again, for example, I posted all of the pastel rainbow digital stickers to Patreon this morning. This was July's collection. It looked a little something like this. But if you want only the digital stickers and you don't want the physical Patreon shipments, when you join one of those sticker delivery tiers, you can simply find a box that says opt out of physical rewards, and then you'll only get the digital files and you won't be sent any physical stickers. There isn't like any separate tier just for digital, but know that when you join one of the $15 or higher Patreon tiers, you get access to all of the digital stickers I've ever posted to Patreon. So that's like 6 to 7 years of digital sticker collections. So don't fear, even if you don't get the physical shipments or you don't want them, it is still a very good deal. Okay, so I think that's like probably all of the questions about Patreon answered. So let's get into working on this month's Gothic themed sticker collection. This is the sticker collection that will be sent out to all of my August $15 and up patrons. So once again, you can join anytime this month to receive these. And we have already gotten some really good progress done on this collection. And I'm hoping to finish this collection in the next week. So I'm very excited to get on with these designs today. Oh, Melly, I missed a question from you. Let me scroll up a little bit here. Thank you for shouting at me. I always like to answer the questions before we get into things. And hello, Mama. My mom is here. Gudrun Mason. Welcome in. So happy you're here. All right, Melly said, I'm back to $30 in August. In July, if I was 50 because of the rainbow collection, now I can only see and download the $30 stickers. Melly, I will just go ahead and send you the $50 rainbow digital stickers. So that's not a problem. If you ever downgrade and I don't post the digital stickers in the month that you were signed up to receive them, just send me an email and I will just manually send you those files. So Melly, go ahead and send me an email to contact@PlanningWithKay. Let me know that you want the $50 rainbow digital stickers, and I'll just send you a link to those downloads. So don't worry, you will still get access to that. I just need to manually send them to you. So just send me a link and you'll be good to go. And if anybody else here, if that applies to anybody else here, if you were a higher tiered patron for the rainbow collection for July and you missed and you're now a lower tier, so you didn't get the digital stickers I posted this morning, just let me know. Send me an email to contact@PlanningWithKay, and I'll just manually send you the remaining digital files. Okay. Any other questions before we get into things? Now is the time. Sandy said, if I had to go down to another level, will I still get my stickers for June and July at my previous tier? Absolutely. So if you signed up in any month and then you downgrade, you will still always get the physical stickers sent to you for that month. If you downgrade after or before the digital stickers are posted and you then don't get access to that month's digital stickers that you really wanted, just do what I just said. And you can always just send me an email to contact@PlanningWithKay, letting me know what digitals you lost access to that you would like, and I will just send them to you. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Okay. So I think that is now all of the questions answered. I'm just scrolling up to make sure. And thank you so much, Anya, for the super chat. You are so incredibly sweet for the super chat donation of 100 Norwegian kroner. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, Anya, and thank you so much for being here. Payu said, I love the Gothic theme so much. Is this going to be shipped as August Patreon rewards? Yes, indeed, it is. This is going to be this month's Patreon rewards. This will be shipping at the beginning of September. And to qualify, all you have to do is join one of my Patreon sticker delivery tiers anytime in August. So you have all the way through August 31st to join Patreon to receive this collection. The sooner you join, the better, though, because then you'll also gain access to all of the live streams that will be coming up this month. And I will be posting the live stream schedule shortly, like this coming week. And then we'll be getting into our August Patreon live streams. Okay, so I see we have a request for a little show and tell. I'm trying to get into the designs, I promise. I know you guys are waiting with bated breath, but I see that Holly and Mars are both really wanting for me to do a little bit of show and tell and show some of the spreads that have been posted in the Patreon chat. So let's see here. Let's see here. So I'm looking for the show and tell. Okay, so we're going to start with Mars. Mars shared her August spreads in our Patreon community chat. You can view this chat just by joining my free Patreon tier, no payment required. And just saying, if you like these streams, you should really join the free Patreon. There's like literally no strings attached, no payment information needed, but you'll be able to vote on my new sticker collections every month. You'll get extra live streams, extra printables, and you'll get to see everybody's amazing creations. So here's a look at Mars's August setup with my lavender honey themed printables and stickers. So here you can see Mars used this honey lavender themed printable calendar that she printed straight from Patreon and customized it with some stickers. I absolutely love this theme. This is one of my all-time favorites. Then we go into some beautiful daily sections on the left, some monthly overview memories and goals on the right. We have another weekly spread made with one of my weekly printables, customized with stickers. I love how you set these up, Mars. These are absolutely stunning. I just never get over this theme. Oh, I love this. I love how Mars is using all of the printables. You can gain access to all of these same printables again by joining my $5 Patreon tier. And that's where you can download all of the printables I have ever posted to Patreon just for one $5 payment. Here we have another spread of daily sections, another weekly. I love how you've used the washi strips and the stickers here, Mars. Absolutely gorgeous. And finally, we finish off with this beautiful spread. Mars, I love how you use this theme. I love how you use the printables along with the sticker collection. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much for sharing over in the Patreon chat. And then let's see. Okay, this person isn't even requesting that I show, but Sarah also just recently posted her August spreads with my sunflower stickers, and these are also so cool. I love the washi strip like waterfall tabs over here. We have so many creative people in our community. I always get so many fun ideas from seeing everybody's spreads. So if you ever feel like you need a little bit more inspiration, our Patreon group is a gold mine of bullet journal and planner spread inspiration. Absolutely love that. Love that. And let's see, to finish the show and tell, let's go and see what Holly is up to. First of all, Holly would like for everybody to see her coloring page that she was working on. Very, very cute. I love your Disney coloring book. And she also purchased this pre-made planner recently that she has customized with my pen and paper sticker collection. And Holly, you're going to have to let the chat know whose small business you purchased this pre-made planner from, because I remember you said it was like a UK brand, I think. But I love how you've taken my pen and paper stickers and customized your pre-set up planner. This is a very cool planner you've got, Holly. I think you said it's a planner that's kind of similar to the Amanda Rach Lee Doodle planner. It's kind of like a pre-set up bullet journal with themes that you can color in and customize. And again, I love how you've taken my pen and paper sticker collection and customized it. Very, very cool. I love that planner. Thank you so much for sharing, Holly. And Holly, I'm so glad you've been liking the pre-made planner. It really, oh, I forgot to share a couple of your starting spreads. Like this one that you put some color into. That is gorgeous. And your little live stream calendar. But yeah, I'm glad that's been working for you, Holly. It's a little bit less pressure when you don't have to fully set everything up by hand. All right, perfect, Melly. After the stream, I will get those digital files in a link for you and I'll send them over. Okay, so there's our show and tell. Thank you guys so much for sharing. Once again, if you want to see more spreads, you can join my free Patreon to get access to the Patreon chat, the Discord, and the Facebook group. Okay, 45 minutes later, we're done with all of the giveaways and announcements. I always appreciate y'all being patient with the beginning of these streams. I try to get into things as quickly as I can, but our community is just too engaging. I can only go so fast. All right, let's take a sip of our beverages. I have an Arizona iced tea, the green tea sitting off to the side here. So let's cheers, everybody. Take a sip. Let us know what you're drinking in the chat. Fatima, I am going to be streaming for about at least 4 hours total. So I'm going to be going until at least 6 p.m. And then once we get there, I'll see if I end up going a little bit longer, depending on how close dinner is to being done and whatnot. But at least 4 hours total. So like 3 hours and 15 minutes more, at least. We might go a little bit longer than that. Okay. What's for dinner? Holly asked. We're having stew Sunday. Oh, and I got to sneeze. Oh, I have to sneeze. But it's gone now. Okie dokie. So let me show you what I've already completed in this collection, and then we'll get back into the designs. So the first thing that I've already made is this decorative sheet here. This is what I started these designs with, and I'm absolutely obsessed with how these ended up churning out. We have this full sheet of decorative stickers, including ravens, bats, skulls, red candles, stained glass windows, a chandelier, a skull framed cameo, a death moth, and a couple little stars and hearts as extra decoration. I'm loving the dark purple, blue, black color scheme with the pops of red. Really, really excited to see the rest of the collection come together. So this is one sheet. This entire collection, as all of my collections, will be 10 sticker sheets total. So this is just the first one that we've gotten started on. After that, the next thing that we created was actually a printable that will be posted to Patreon to the $1 tier as just a bunch of single printables. But these are going to be the backgrounds that we're going to use for a lot of the main headers that we'll be working on later today. So we decided to create a damask patterned wallpaper. And we ended up creating the general pattern, and then we're kind of playing around with different colors, color schemes, different shadows, and different ways of layering this pattern. And we ended up coming up with some really cool combinations here. So we're going to be using this pattern and all of these different color variations and whatnot throughout these designs as backgrounds. Really, really excited about this damask background. This pattern was so fun to create. I love all the possibilities of all the fun different color combinations that we can do. So we're going to be pulling this pattern in to the backgrounds of this collection to bring in that Gothic vibe. And it was very, very fun creating this repeating pattern during one of my Patreon streams earlier this month. So these will not only be backgrounds in my stickers, but I'm also going to post a bunch of these different colored damask full page printable backgrounds to my $1 Patreon tier sometime later this month. So we created that. And then finally, the last thing that we are working on that we're going to jump back into today is this full sheet of these Gothic windows. So I created some Gothic window sketches, and we have slowly but surely been completing those sketches to create these gorgeous, intricate Gothic windows. So we are going to jump right back into finishing this Gothic window sheet. We just have to finish these 2 circular windows down at the bottom, and then we're going to get into our next sticker sheet once that is done. So that is where we're at. That is what we're doing. And Raparella, yes, the Hocus Pocus collection is also a purple Halloween collection with skulls and candles and potions. That would be an incredible match to this collection. I've already kind of thought about that, like that collection would pair really well with this collection. And the whole reason I'm making this collection now is because once again, this will end up shipping to this month's patrons towards the beginning of September, so that hopefully most of you should get this in time to use for Halloween. Keep in mind that mail is always a little bit finicky and unpredictable, so there's never a guarantee that anything will arrive at a certain time, especially if you're an international patron. The mail can take a little bit longer, but most of my US patrons should receive this collection before Halloween. That is my intention. Holly said, Imagine Kayla having a mukbang stream, eating and designing for hours." It's funny, Holly, before these public streams, I always eat my lunch super fast before I start streaming because I know some people really hate eating sounds. But maybe one day I'll like do a planned kind of like eating and designing stream for anyone who really loves the mukbang vibes. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's get into it. So we're just going to pick right back off with these windows, and I'm going to walk you through how I create these. Especially in these public design streams, I really try to explain my process so that this can also be a little bit educational for anybody who is also interested in creating digital artwork with the app Procreate on your iPad. So I have my sketch layer up here. I have it at a lowered opacity so that it's very light. And now down here is where I'm going to put the base layer of my window. So let's start with this window. And I'm going to take Aubrey's suggestion of doing another red window. So the first thing that I need to do is I need to take or turn on my symmetry tool. So I'm going to click on the wrench up here. I'm going to go to Canvas. I'm going to go to Edit Drawing Guide, and I'm going to click on Symmetry. This brings me this vertical line here. Probably a little hard for you guys to see, but it's this very skinny line. And this is going to be my symmetry line. So I'm going to bring that line to the center of my window, perfectly in the center. And this is going to make creating this symmetric geometric window a lot easier. So for this entire collection, I'm using two different brushes. I'm using my 6B pencil and my Spectra brush. All the brushes I use are included with Procreate. I don't use any additional downloaded brushes, but I do make some small adjustments to the brushes here and there. And that's something that if you have Procreate, you can play around with. But I'm going to choose my 6B pencil. I'm going to choose a nice dark red base color, something like this. And I'm going to start to fill in this entire window shape. Hello, Jennifer. Welcome in. For anybody else just joining on in, make sure you change over from top chat to live chat or from top messages to all messages, which is a setting at the top of the chat window. That's just going to ensure that YouTube doesn't filter out any comments and you're able to keep up with the entire conversation. Oh, Holly, that's so cool that you found that you were able to figure out what your first live stream was that you ever watched and chatted. And it was one of my BLM donation live streams in June of 2020 with the Farmers Market collection. Hey, Shuffle Bunny, welcome in. So happy to see you. Happy Sunday. And hello to YM's Art. Welcome, welcome. Always a pleasure seeing all the familiar names and faces. All right, so I'm going to start with just my full circle shape. So I'm going to make a rough circle, hold down, and it's going to snap to make a relatively perfect circle. I'm going to do that one more time and make sure to line up the edge a little better. Hold. Oops. All right, third time's a charm. Go like this and hold. There we go. I'm going to hold, and I'm also holding another finger, which is going to snap this to be a perfect circle. And we're going to put that right there. I'm now going to fill this entire thing in red. And then I'm going to use my eraser to carve out the details. And I'm using my eraser also in a 6B pencil. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Sandy, to like the stream. Press the like button to support my channel. Apparently, liking things does really help to have my channel, my live streams, my videos be shown across YouTube to new people. And it's just a great way to show that you enjoy these streams and support the work that I do. So once again, I'm just using my eraser to start to carve out all of these details and shapes here. The key to these windows really is in all of the shading that we're going to end up doing. The shading and the highlighting is what really brings everything to life. So right now, I'm not worried about color, shading, anything like that. Not really worried about those details. And I'm just trying to carve out all of these window cutouts. And just simply starting there. Make my brush a little bit smaller here. And because I'm using my symmetry tool, you can see that pattern easily repeating around my window here. And I'm just going to change kind of back and forth from the pencil to the eraser to start to carve out all of my details. When I created the sketches for these windows, I did look at a bunch of references over on Pinterest. My Pinterest is publicly viewable, so if you ever want to go look at my references, you can. But I've got this Gothic folder here with a bunch of references for this collection, including some Gothic windows. So I already paid attention to kind of like the defining features in these historically Gothic windows and Gothic architecture and all of that. So I don't really need to look at the reference anymore because I already took that into account with my sketch. So let's go back to the eraser. Just got to respond to Jake. Bye, Lisa. Thanks so much for being here. Also, Fatima, I don't think I said hello to you when you joined in earlier, but welcome. So excited to see you. So happy to have you here as always. All right. So now I have this really nice shape up here that is very commonly seen in Gothic architecture and windows, at least all the references I was looking at. So let's put that in. And just repeat that all around. These types of like geometric kind of architectural designs are always very, very satisfying. Good night, Holly. Thanks so much for joining on in. And Holly would like to know, what is everybody's weekly win? What is some big or small win that you can give yourself a pat on the back for this week? Let us know in the chat. What is my weekly win? My weekly win is that I was able to be there to help a friend this week. Do something, a personal win. I was able to help a friend this week. Adriana's weekly win is finishing 2 books. Oh, Adriana, you reminded me, I finished a book this week too. I finished my I read physical books very, very slowly, and it's like only in the mornings when we go and get our coffee, but I finished Dune Messiah, and oh my goodness, that was a good book. Oh, I'm still thinking about it. It was so good. So, I'll add that to my weekly wins as well. Jada's weekly win is getting a job interview in a school that you want to work in. Congratulations. Fatima said, I've been a member so long, now it feels normal to come in here without any greeting, like just going into the house without ringing the bell or knocking. So, no worries. I love that, Fatima. I love that comparison of like when you're at home somewhere and you can just walk in. I love that. I'm so happy you feel that way here. Kelsey said her weekly win is cutting all of the HTV for the team that you coaches spirit wear. Okay, hang on. I got to cut out all of the HTV for the team that I coaches spirit wear. Okay, what's HTV? That's all. I can comprehend the rest of the sentence now. But what's HTV? Something that you cut out of spirit wear. I'm trying to think. HTV. Let us know, Kelsey. There we go. Heat transfer vinyl to make shirts and pants. Oh, yes. Okay. You cut all of the heat transfer vinyl for the team's spirit wear. Very cool. I love that. A DIY queen. Adriana said, my weekly win is finishing 2 books. Holly's weekly win is being able to do a full day volunteering at the hospice with no issues, getting a new journal, doing a coloring page, planning, doing the National Trust trip with your fam. So many wins, Holly. Nara's weekly win is checking your financial goals and seeing you're on track. Maritza listened to 2 audiobooks. Hannah said, I've got to get to sleep, but I'll be watching the replay tomorrow. Trying to get 8 hours at the moment, just not working. Good for you, Hannah. Proud of you for taking care of yourself and your sleep schedule. Anya's weekly win is finally starting training your horse for the show next month. Melly's weekly win was the ultrasound of your amputated breast was looking good. Melly, that is such a relief. I know that you're still, I don't know. I feel like still in the recovery process. I know it wasn't that long ago that you had your operation. So that must be just an incredibly relieving update to hear that everything is looking good. No seroma left. Amazing. I'm so happy to hear that, Melly. Haley's weekly win is being able to walk 41 minutes instead of the usual 25 and enjoying being outside. Karen's weekly win is finishing an awesome 6-book series. That is so satisfying. Ryan's weekly win is finally filming and posting your first YouTube video. Congratulations. Mars made it through 2 full days of stay-at-home momming. Daycare was closed. That is no small feat, Mars. I am so proud of you. And Hannah's weekly win was getting up at 3 or 4 a.m. most days, even though you don't feel like you've slept. And eating healthier is another one. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing your weekly wins with us. Don't forget to take those moments to celebrate yourself. And remember, sometimes our weekly win is just that we're still here. that we made it through, that we survived. And that is worth celebrating. Don't feel like you have to have accomplished anything crazy to celebrate your wins, because you absolutely don't. And it is so good for us to take a moment to celebrate ourselves, give ourselves a pat on the back. Okay, there are all of my cutouts. I am going to thicken the spots in between these cutouts, because in these windows, whenever you have new panes of glass, you kind of have these like metal edges around them. So I want to make sure they're not too skinny. Okay. And I think I'm ready to start putting in my details. So first things first, I have a new layer above that layer, and it's set to clipping mask. This means that whatever I draw on this layer will stay contained within what I've already drawn. So this is where I'm starting to put in some of my color variation. So I'm going to go up here to this other red window, and I'm going to use my spectra brush. I'm going to select a lighter red, and I'm going to start off by doing a little bit of a gradient. I'm going to do a gradient from light to dark, lighter red at the top, and fade that to a darker red at the bottom. I've been starting each of these windows with a simple gradient. It just makes for a lot of really interesting colors. So starting with a gradient like that. Now on the layer above that, this is where I have all of my black line art. So I'm going to go to that layer with black and my 6B pencil, and I'm going to outline every detail on this window. Good night, Holly. Thanks so much for being here. I hope you have a lovely rest of your night, and I'll see you in the next stream. All right, so let's go ahead and start creating my line art with black. So basically just going to be outlining every detail and starting to bring that black Gothic vibe to this collection and a nice defining outline. So we got that. I'm also throwing in some of these little like curvy details at the corners of some of my shapes. I just love the intricate look of Gothic architecture. It's something we were all really excited about when my patrons voted for this theme towards the beginning of July. Everyone was really excited about the idea of featuring Gothic architecture. And that's actually why, instead of just calling it a plain old Gothic theme, I called it a Gothic castle theme. Because I feel like that really implies that we're not just focusing on kind of classic Gothic or Goth style imagery, but looking at it from a little bit more of a historical lens, and including Gothic architecture and references to kind of traditional Gothic media. And when I say that, I'm mostly thinking of like Edgar Allan Poe, his poetry, and the imagery that he uses is definitely an inspiration in this collection. Hi, Amity. Welcome in. So happy to see you today. Haley said this theme would go so well with a lot of book journal spreads for fantasy. Oh, that is such a good point. I feel like the windows are going to be really like useful as well to pair with all sorts of different themes. And for my $40 Patreon tiers, I've been doing a throwback sheet each month. Cha-ching! Thank you so much for your order. And I think for this month, I want to do a black Gothic version of my fancy golden frames that I designed as a part of my Frog Tea Party sticker collection a while back. And I think those also will be really nice to pair with all sorts of different spreads and themes. But yeah, definitely I could see this being used for any sort of fantasy book reading spreads. Especially, I don't know, people are, there's so many like fantasy, dark fantasy, like dragon books. I feel like this would go so well with a lot of those. A lot of like old literature, classic literature as well has some old Gothic vibes. I'm very excited to see how everybody ends up using these stickers. Okay, so I'm using this black to start to define some of these details now, as you can see. Starting to put some darker, more defined shapes in here. And Fatima, I didn't even remember that. Fatima said the start of the sticker theme came from something I said about wanting a red Gothic style on the dragon stickers. I feel special. You are special, Fatima. I love that my sticker themes and designs are always such a collaboration between all of us. I think that's something that makes them turn out so good. It's never just my ideas, it's a collaboration between all of us. And again, I truly believe that that is one thing that makes these designs so special. They would not be nearly as good or as creative if I was having to come up with it all by myself. I promise you that. And I feel like I can never possibly run out of ideas either, because in order for me to run out of ideas, it would mean that you all would have to run out of ideas. And that is simply impossible. You guys always have so many great ideas. I think this is showing up, by the way, just like a tad darker on camera than it is in person. So I'm just going to brighten my camera up a little bit like that. Okay. I mean, I think that looks good for the black. So now I'm going to go back to that layer, underneath. And I'm going to start to put in some other defining colors. First, I'm going to cut out this gradient and merge that to the base layer underneath. Okay. So what do I want to start with? Let's start with a lighter red and start using that to lighten some parts up. I'm going to use my Spectra brush, and I'm specifically going to want to lighten anything that is like farther forward. So things that are farther up versus things that are more carved into the window. So I'm going to make this outer edge lighter. And I'm going to start lightening some things up that are around my cutouts. Focusing anywhere where light is going to be kind of shining in. And I'm going to go back in with shadows after this. So don't worry if you feel like things are looking too light and bright. I am going to be darkening things back up. Fatima asked, how is Luna going to appear in this set? I have in mind Luna wearing a red rose wreath. I'm not sure yet, Fatima. We've come up with a few different ideas, like the idea of a Luna gargoyle, just Luna chilling in her Gothic castle. But we haven't fully decided by any means. So I don't know yet, but I'm open to all of the different ideas. All right, so I'm just going to start kind of alternating, going in with darker and lighter colors to bring in more and more detail, definition, depth, and darkness until this feels right. So I'm going to have, by the end, it's going to be matching the vibe, darkness, and color scheme of this window. So trust the process as it starts to come together here. Okay, I'm gonna make my brush a little bit bigger, and I'm using basically a black right now to start to bring some shadows back in. Gonna have some black kind of come from the center here. Then I'm gonna grab a smaller one and just kind of start to darken and sink in these edges of each of these center sections. As I'm putting in shadows, I'm not necessarily making any of this hyper realistic or anything. I'm not thinking too hard about where the light is coming from, honestly. I'm just looking at what I think needs more dimension and more detail. I'm just taking it one step at a time. I'm going to grab this more light muted red. Start to bring this in a little bit as well. Just for some color variation. I'm also going to turn off my sketch layer now so I can see a little bit better what's happening here. Antoinette asked, am I going to cut out the empty glass spaces on the larger windows? I don't think so. The spaces are a little too small, I think, to really justify doing that, Antoinette. So I plan on just having one cut line around each of these windows. So you'll have to go in with an X-Acto knife or something if you want all of the little holes in the windows to be cut out. Bree said, I'm new to all of this. Does Luna get incorporated into all of the collections in some way? I love that. So, not officially, Bree, but I think in every single collection, there is a heavy campaign from the Patreon chat to put Luna in. If anything, I think I'm the one who I make a conscious effort to not put Luna in every collection because I know not everybody always wants a black cat to be in every single sticker collection. But Luna does show up many a time. She does show up many a time. So, for example, in last month's collection, here's the Luna feature. In the collection before that, which was the pirate collection, this is one where I resisted putting Luna in here, but you can bet that everybody wanted a pirate Luna. Everybody wanted a pirate Luna. I resisted because in the collection before that, my backyard bunny collection, we had a little Luna here with her bunny friends. So I feel like I needed a little break from Luna since we already put her in the bunnies. The collection before that was the game night collection. No Luna in the game night collection. Before that, pen and paper. No Luna in that collection. Cosmic crystal. No Luna there. Luna doesn't naturally fit into every collection, but we often do squeeze her in. Here's a Luna. We got lots of Lunas, but she doesn't show up in every single one, but she shows up in many. I also always say I find Luna very hard to draw. She's one of like I find most things pretty easy to draw or I'm not intimidated, but I don't know, I hesitate drawing Luna because I find it tough to capture her true essence. So I do reuse Luna illustrations now and then. I'm trying to see if there's any other Lunas recent collections, but I think that's all the collections in the last year or so that have had Luna in them. The rainbow, the bunny, the rainbow and the bunny collection recently. So we're needing another Luna. So we're definitely having Luna come into the Gothic collection because obviously a black cat is just the perfect addition to a Gothic collection. It's like it's meant to be. Karen said, "How many hot dogs is too many to eat at once for a grown adult woman?" Asking for a friend, because I ate two, but I'm still hungry. And I mean, she is still hungry. The limit does not exist. The limit does not exist. Beat the world record if you have to. I love our supportive community, supporting our dreams of becoming world record hot dog eaters. Okay, before I go in with any more color, I'm going to put in my highlights and then we'll come back to the base colors and start to darken everything up. So for all of my highlights in this entire collection, I'm using a teal color. So you can see these really nice pops of teal on all of these windows. So the way I do this is I have a layer up here above everything. It is a layer where the blend mode or the little letter here is set to add. This creates a really bright poppy highlight. And I'm using this nice teal color right here. I'm using my 6B pencil at a nice small size. And I'm going to now go in with all of my highlights. So I'm using this teal color to highlight any edges that I think would catch the light and catch kind of that sunlight coming through the window. When I do the teal on top of my black, it shows up as a really bright teal versus when I do it on top of the red, it shows up more as like a cool toned pinky color. So I kind of deliberately try to make sure that I'm putting that highlight on top of my black line work here and there, just to make sure that I get those nice pops of teal. So I'm just going to start sprinkling this in, focusing on places where the light would be shining through and hitting. And it is what really makes this start to look like it's glowing. So we can imagine that there's actually light streaming through this window. Luna, do you want to go out already? All right, Luna's asking very politely to go out, so let me let her out. Come on, here you go. Here you go. And I can leave the door open for her. Shuffle Bunny said, "I just signed up for Patreon. I can't wait for this collection." Oh, I'm so excited to hear that. Welcome to the Patreon fam. I'm so excited that you're joining in August. So you'll be receiving this Gothic collection. And you're joining at the perfect time because we have not gotten started on any of our August live streams. So you will have access to all of those live streams as well. and the schedule will be posted this coming week. So I'm so happy to hear that you joined Patreon, Shuffle Bunny. Welcome to the fam. Okay, let's do a little highlight on each of these edges here. So you can see that glowy feeling is really starting to come in. So now that we have some light highlights coming in, I now feel ready to start really adding some nice darkness here. So I'm going to go back first to my base layer, and I'm actually going to start to darken up that initial gradient I put in. So I'm going to grab black and my spectra brush, and I am just going to start to darken the bottom half of this window. Now I'm going to go to the layer above that, and same thing, I'm going to take the black and lightly darken everything in the lower half of the window. I just like the look of a gradient with these collections, or with these specific window designs. I think it's nice when there's some sort of gradient kind of going up or down the window. So I'm kind of intensifying this gradient here, making everything a little bit more dramatic. Okay, now I'm going to go to the second layer and start to put in just a little bit more shading. I'm looking at my window here and seeing what colors I think I need to add in. Hi, Johan. Welcome in. So happy to see you. Let's see. I'm going to grab some more of this like muted red. Just going to start using this to just bring in a little bit more complexity into some of these colors. A little bit of color variation here and there can go a long way. And with the spectra brush, I can not push down very hard to create a lot of in-between colors. That's why I really like these brushes that have some texture to them. Karen found the hot dog limit, and the hot dog limit was 3. The limit does exist. All right, let's grab this really nice dark red and put a little bit more of that down here. Just kind of going back and forth with the lights and the darks until I feel like I found a nice balance. And with each extra shadow I put in, it kind of immediately puts a little bit more detail in here. Some really easy ways. Like I can put a shadow like that, and it almost then makes it look like there's a little bit of a edge here, a little bit of a cut in. And all of those little details come together at the end to make something that looks really intricate. And that is exactly what I'm going for when it comes to these Gothic windows. They always look very, very intricate. So each little shadow Every little shadow kind of helps out that effect. All right. What do we think about that? I think I'm just going to go in with my black and I'm just going to put in some final really dark shadows. Some really nice dark black in here. All right. I am going to leave that right there. I think actually I'm going to do one more detail. I'm going to I just got a very random text from Jake. He just texted me, Kate Spade Luna purse. That's not in context. I'll wait for more context. Okay, so I'm going to go in with just a couple more of these teal highlights to finish this off with my 6B pencil. And I'm going to do these just a little bit larger, slightly larger brush. Mars said, is he sleep texting? It actually on the message, it said it was sent with Siri. So I feel like that was a misinterpreted voice text. I mean, I know that he's at Goodwill right now. A friend of ours needed some cheering up. So Jake decided to take them to Goodwill for a little fun but cheap retail therapy. So I'm like, maybe he found a Luna purse, but like, I don't know. It's kind of random for him to say Kate Spade. Like, Jake doesn't know anything about purse brands. And to be fair, I mean, neither really do I. So it's a very funny out of context text from him. Kate Spade Luna purse. I know. I'm like, maybe it's exactly what he meant, and he found a Kate Spade Luna purse. Here, I'll just do the thing where I do the question mark response. Very funny. Okay. There we go. I think that looks good. I'm just going to grab the entire thing and go to my curves, and I'm just going to make the darks a little bit darker. Basically, with each of these, the final step is I make everything a little darker. Because it's a goth collection. We got to go dark. All right. Let's go ahead and do our final window. Bring my sketch back, go to edit drawing guide, and I'm going to grab my symmetry line, and now I'm going to bring that over here. And for this one, we are going to do a second blue window, dark blue. So I'm going to grab a base color blue to get us started with. And I'm going to go ahead and do the same exact process, starting by filling in the entire circle with blue and then using my eraser to carve out all of the details. So let's go like that. Fill that in blue. Grab my eraser. And start erasing. Something like that, something like that. The Apple Pencil has a cool effect or a cool feature, by the way. If you notice me tapping it, double tapping actually changes the pencil from eraser to pencil, which is really nice, especially for moments like this where I want to be able to easily and quickly just flip between the pencil and the eraser. Karen, that was like when I upgraded from my first iPad to this one. That was basically the reason why, was getting that pencil feature. Was one of the things that I did really want. Okay, continue erasing out all of these details. Like that. All right. And I think that looks good there. Now I'm going to grab the pencil again and use that now to clean up all of the shapes in between those cutouts. Make everything nice and defined. Like that. Here. Here. Hi, Ruby. Welcome, welcome. So happy to see you. Heather said, just curious, which Patreon tier gets the rainbow collection from last month? So it's too late to qualify for the physical shipment. But Heather, if you want the digital stickers, they start at the $15 tier. So the $15 tier, you get all of the digital 3-sheet monthly kits from every collection. The $25 tier, you also get the decorative and the functional matching sheets. So 5 digital sheets total for each collection. The $30 tier, you get 6 total digital sticker sheets from each collection. And then the $40 and $50 tier, you get all 9 digital sticker sheets. I'm going to send you a link in the chat to the digital download master post that I have on Patreon. Anyone can look at this post, but you can see the links to the digital stickers with the tiers next to it. And you'll see all of the other printables. But I think looking at this list can kind of give you an idea of what you gain access to, and what dollar amounts equal what digital stickers. But if you want access to the digital rainbow stickers from last month, $15 tier is going to be the lowest tier to gain access to some of those. And the more you want, the higher you can upgrade. You can always start at a lower tier and upgrade from there. So don't feel like you have to immediately take the jump. You can always start lower and upgrade gradually if you decide you want to. I think I'm going to put a circle in the middle here. And I'm also going to use my pencil to put some sort of shape within this circle. Something like that. Those little details always make a big difference. Let's do a vertical line between each of these. And I think I'll also put a little opening in between each section here. Haley said, yesterday I went ham downloading and printing the Patreon digital downloads since I've never been a paid patron member before, and it blew my mind. I set up my entire health journal with downloads. I used the crystal collection, and maybe I'll post a photo in the chat. Definitely do. Everyone would love to see your spreads, Haley, that you set up. And yeah, I feel like I don't know. I can never really do it justice, like how much you get on Patreon. I only like to preach it so much. I just naturally I end up talking about Patreon so much in these streams that like I truly try not to overdo it, but like you get access to so much on Patreon. Like I really pride myself on making it an incredible value, and the longer I'm on Patreon, the more you get. So again, if you're not familiar, just look at that post I linked in the chat and scroll. Like it blows my mind. Like I don't know. I feel like I live most of my life like semi dissociated. I can laugh about it because I'm very much functional, but like it's like once I do something, it feels like it never existed. So like it blows my own mind when I scroll through that digital download master post and I see everything I've created and posted to Patreon. Like I forget how many printables and digital stickers are over there, especially the printables. I create a lot of printables every month and I just forget. So when I look, it's like almost like I feel like I'm looking at it for the first time. Like, did I really make all this? But But yeah, there's a lot over there, and you can just join Patreon for 1 month, download everything, and skedaddle. I honestly support that decision. And that's because I know that it's some quality content you get. My patrons can vouch that lots of people have joined for what they thought was only going to be 1 month, and then they're still here like 6 years later. So, I have no ill feelings whatsoever if you decide that you just wanna join for 1 month, download everything, and leave, because I always have a pretty good feeling that one day you're gonna be back to download some more. But especially if you find yourself, I don't know, like having a hard time keeping up with a bullet journal year round, if you feel like you want something that can come in handy on weeks or months where you can't be bothered to set anything up, but you still want the visual interest that makes your bullet journal work, the printables are a really good solution. Really quick, really easy. Obviously, the only thing it hinges on is having a printer, but I know people who are creative about printing things at work, at school, at the library, at the local print shop. And I definitely recommend getting sticker paper. I always link the sticker paper I use. I do not gatekeep that information. So this is a link to the sticker paper that I use. If you're within the US, it's very reasonably priced. It ships really fast. If you're outside of the US, you might want to look at a different option, but sticker paper is like a normal office supply. You should be able to find it at basically any office supply store without a problem. But print the printables on sticker paper, peel and slap them into your journal, and you're done. And I love using the printables almost as like scrapbooking supplies. Like I love ripping the printables apart and using different pieces of them in different places. And I don't know, they're fun. They're a really fun journaling supply once you get the hang of them. Okay, so you can see I'm now starting to go in with my black outline. Trying to get all of my details in place here. Oh, you guys make me happy. I don't know, just makes me happy how much you guys love the Patreon. It's been many years of building and growing and, continuing to build up the library of content over on Patreon, and just makes me very happy that you guys enjoy that so much and use it every month. And I love my Patreon fam. I mean, I love everybody that watches the streams, everybody that watches my videos, supports my channel, supports my shop. Whether it's in all the free ways that you do just by watching, by joining the free Patreon, all the lovely, kind, supportive messages, chats, all that. I am very lucky to have such an incredible community here. And some of you have been with me for so many years now, which is just so cool. It's crazy to think that I'm not too far away from it being a decade that I've been doing this. 2017. Cha-ching. Thank you so much for your order. 2017 is when I started my sticker shop, and 2018 is when I started my Patreon. So, I mean, we're almost in 2026. It'll be crazy when I'm celebrating my 10-year Planning with Kay anniversary. Okay, there we go. Let's do all of the detail on the outer trim here. All right. And I'm thinking an outer detail kind of like this. All right. I think that looks good as far as detail goes. So let's start going in with our other colors. YM has to go. Leave and pick up your daughter. Have a good afternoon, all. You as well. Thanks so much for being here. I hope pickup goes smoothly. Okay, so once again, I'm going to start things off with a simple gradient, darker blue at the bottom, lighter blue at the top. And I'm selecting all the colors on this blue window over here. All right, I'm going to grab this light blue. Start going in with some brighter highlights. Using my Spectra brush, which I'm basically using for all of the color on this collection. All of the colored detail. Okay, let's do a slightly lighter blue around the inside edge of this inner ring here. Like that. I'm also going to start grabbing some of this darker blue and putting that in. And I'm going to get rid of my sketch now so I can see what's happening here a little bit better. Okay, I really like this blue. I'm actually going to go ahead and put that radiating out from the center. It's this darker and more saturated blue. All right. I'm going to grab that dark blue and start putting in some more shadows at the top here. Hello. Why is nothing happening? ¿Por qué? Oh, the opacity got turned all the way down. That's why. Now I'm going to start to use this very dark blue to put in some of my darkest shadows. Starting with these little crevices on the outside border pattern. Like that. Okay, you guys, we got a picture. All right, the mystery of Jake texting me, Kate Spade, Luna purse. You guys. It's literally a Kate Spade Luna purse. Stop. Oh my God. That's my man, y'all. That's my man. I love him. I'll tell him the Patreon, or not, the live stream chat says we need it. That's better than I could have imagined. I thought your text was a typo. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Okay, just continuing to put in more shadows. I'm going to go in with my highlight now before I start putting more colors into the main part of the window. So I'm going to go up to my highlight layer with my teal and my 6B pencil and start putting in my highlights. Like the teal highlight especially looks really nice on the cool toned blue and purple windows. I don't want to get that intricate with those highlights. So again, for the highlights, I'm like imagining where there's edges that would be catching the light. That's what's motivating my highlight placement. I am definitely on board with making all of the windows darker once we've got everything in. We'll fine tune the color once everything is done, and then I can just in one go kind of make everything darker, as dark as we would like. So I hear y'all. I hear y'all. All right, let's go back to the colors underneath now. Actually, let me just put in, I'm not going to do highlights around like all of the outside border shape, but I'm going to sprinkle in a couple sections of highlight here and there. And I like that suggestion, Antoinette, of making it more weathered at the end. And that's a very easy kind of final thing we can do too by bringing a little bit more texture in. Okay, let's go back down here now with some black and let's start darkening some of these things up now that I've got my highlights in and can kind of see more what's going on. So I'm going to start by darkening, I think like this entire outer portion. Let's actually go here. I'm actually going to use my eraser to lightly erase some of the colors I put on this outside border. Oh, wrong brush, Spectra brush. Oh no, I am using the Spectra. Okay. So let me see here. Oh yeah, Spectra eraser. There we go. Just want to erase some of this and some of this. And now go back in. Grab some of this nice dark blue. Oh, I do like that idea, Karen, of maybe not even necessarily making the panes weathered, but maybe almost like putting in some texture on them. We'll see. So I'm just kind of going in now with some more dark colors to darken parts of this up. But then I'm going to make sure to balance that with also still making sure to highlight parts that need to be a little more highlighted. So like I'm kind of darkening up the whole outside and then in turn just creating some more pops of lightness on the inside where light would be leaking through. All right, I mean, that's looking really nice. I'm going to go to this gray window and grab some of this gray. And I'm going to put some of that into this blue. Just a little bit here and there, just to take some of the saturation away from the blue. Put in a little bit more of a gray stone look. I'll actually do the same thing. I'm going to turn off Drawing Assist. I'm going to sprinkle some of this gray into this purple window, this teal window, just a little bit. This purple window, just have some of that gray come in. Two Tank said, what sticker paper do you guys use? Here is the link to the sticker paper that I use. If you're in the US, I think that that's a great sticker paper option. If you're outside of the US, you might need to do a little bit more digging to find one with good shipping costs. So again, I'm just kind of like sprinkling some of this gray in just for consistency. So we have a little bit of the same gray coming into like every window, basically. Okay. I think this is looking good. Like all the details are looking good there. I think everything is looking really nice. So let's do our finishing touches. So first thing, there's been an overwhelming desire for things to just generally be darker. So I'm going to go to both of my color layers and I'm going to do just that. I'm going to start to make everything a bit darker. So I'm using my curves tools for this and just darkening everything up a bit. Same with this layer underneath. Like that. Okay, these are looking pretty dramatic. Now, I like the idea of using the panes, like the empty sections, as an opportunity to create a little bit more like grunginess and dirtiness, not making them look so brand new. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to go to my outer layer here, or my bottom layer, and I'm selecting everything outside of the windows. Now I'm going to invert that selection. So now I have everything inside the windows selected. Now with that selection, I'm going to create a new layer underneath everything, and I'm going to fill that layer in just white to start. So what this has done is it's given me something to work with between all of the window panes. So I think what I'm going to do is grab a textured brush, maybe the Spectra brush, but we'll see if I want something else. And I'm going to see what it looks like if I start to put some kind of like dirty texture on the window panes. Now that instantly I can tell is not coming through. It's not dramatic enough. I think I need a heavier texture to work with. I could maybe get away with using my 6B pencil. Oh, see, that's not bad. Just trying to lightly put in some texture on the window panes. It's like somewhat subtle. I'm just going to, I can always change the color of this texture. So I'm just going to start off by putting some texture in, and then we can kind of adjust it from there. Making the texture a little bit uneven. It's probably even a little hard for you guys to see what I'm doing because it's quite subtle. Here zoomed in, I think you can see a little bit more what's happening. So I'm just going to keep putting some of this texture in. Just start to dirty up all these windows. Really try to make this look like old Gothic windows. And I'm just going in with this gray to start with. But again, I might end up shifting the color a little bit. Make some of it darker. I I like how it looks kind of like reflecting shadows and light on the windows with that texture, even though essentially I'm just kind of scribbling with a pencil. Just kind of make it end up looking kind of like some natural glass shading. All right, I like the idea of having it be darker in the smaller spaces. So I'm going to go in with a slightly darker gray now. And what do you think about something like that? That's kind of nice, huh? Maybe even kind of do a gradient like that. That's nice. Yeah, it kind of makes it look like it's a gloomier day outside. Okay, I like that. Yeah, I think that's providing exactly what we are wanting. It's making the whole thing look a bit grungier, but it also is providing even more kind of dimension and darkness, which again, when it comes to a Gothic collection, you just can't go wrong putting more darkness in. It's definitely adding a little bit of a more of that kind of grimy look to it too, which is nice. Okay, so here's what they're looking like now. And as a reminder, here's before and after. Before and after. I like. Okay. Just going to go in with that same pencil in white just to put like a couple little light pops coming through the grime in some of these window openings where I feel like maybe the details have gotten just a little lost. So just throwing in some little lighter pops. All right. So what do we think about where it's at now? Stick a fork in it and call it done. I love when you say that, Karen. Perfect. Love it. Stunning. Love it. Beautiful. These are good feedback notes for me. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. It seems like we are happy with this. And we're done. I think we're done with this sheet. Unless there's any other objections, if anybody feels like it's missing anything, speak now or forever hold your peace. Mars says, I do wish the round window wasn't so red. Mars, I kind of agree with you. I was almost considering maybe changing it to purple instead, but maybe I can just have it be a slightly more muted red. But also, I know some people really love the red. So, what do you guys think? Any feelings about our wet red window down here? Should I adjust the color ever so slightly? Okay, people like the red. So all I'm gonna do is just slightly change the saturation. I'm just gonna bring the saturation of some parts of this down a little bit to take out a little bit of that bright red. But I do see that a lot of people are really loving the red that's here. So I'm just making slight adjustment. Okay. All right, let's call it done. Let's call it done. Rabarella said, which sheet is this, by the way? I'm not sure yet, Rabarella. I'm actually going to still be figuring that out. If this is going to be a part of the monthly kit, the weekly kit, not entirely sure quite yet. Okay, so there are our windows. So this brings us to a very exciting place. This brings us to a place where I'm finally going to start piecing together sheet 1. Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Karen. Antoinette said marriage first, and then I had to do it. The blessed arrangement. Marriage is what brings us together today. That line just lives rent free in my head. It really does. Okay, so let's take another sip of our beverages because it's time to get into things. So, if you were here in my first design stream for this collection, I started this collection by brainstorming my main header scenes. And I came up with a bunch of sketches of some different ideas. I'm now going to start to create these headers, but I will be making changes from these initial sketches. I'm going to be trying to use all of these illustrations I've already created as much as I can and piece them together to create my header scenes. So, just a forewarning, if you were here when I created these first sketches, I'm going to try to still do some of these scenes as we originally sketched them, but some of these are probably going to end up changing a bit to make this design process a little bit quicker. I am kind of behind on everything at the moment on my typical schedule. So I'm trying to get this sticker collection finished ASAP. I would love to have this done in the next few days to help me with getting back onto my normal schedule. So I might need to forego some of these more complicated headers that would take quite a long time to design. And I'm going to find some creative ways to use everything I've already made to making the rest of this collection a little bit quicker. So we are going to get into that sheet. Before we do, Nikia said, I just wanted to ask my friends in the chat to say a prayer for me because I'm back in the hospital. Nikia, I'm so glad you're able to pop in, and thank you for letting us know so we can all send Nikia good vibes, good thoughts, good prayers while she's in hospital. Nikia, I hope everything is okay. I hope you make it through and recover. And we're going to be sending you so much love, so many prayers and good thoughts from your live stream fam here in the chat. So, everybody, send good thoughts over to Nakia while she's in hospital. And Nakia, I'm glad that you could pop in and say hello and let us know what's happening with you today. I do hope everything gets better soon, Nakia. Oh, Haley said I got my Cosmic Crystal Health Journal set up, posted to the Patreon. LOL, I think anyways. I am going to go check it out. I want to see what you did because Haley was saying that she just joined Patreon and got carried away with downloading all of the and printing all of the printables and ended up setting up her. Oh, this is very cool. She used the Cosmic Crystal printables to set up her new health journal. And oh my God, I am obsessed. Okay, let me show you guys what Haley has shared with us and created. This is amazing. Oh my God. Okay, so the background of this with the quote, the moon, the whole starry night is a printable from my $1 Patreon tier from the Cosmic Crystal collection. It says shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. And then Haley has customized this so beautifully with this gorgeous washi tape, it looks like all this gorgeous tape, these amazing little constellation stickers, this beautiful character sticker right here, the butterfly. I love how you've customized that. That is so, so beautiful. On to the next one. She's got a full page calendar here. Again, I love how you've put all this washi tape around the border. It really makes it look so new. And then here, this is, wow, such a cool spread or page. Haley's used just the plain, starry, spacey background printable from the Cosmic Crystal collection with all of these amazing, affirming quotes about undiagnosed and invisible illness, reasons why it's so hard to live with an undiagnosed illness. When you have an invisible illness, it's hard to explain to someone who doesn't have a clue. It's a daily struggle, feeling in pain or feeling sick on the inside when you look fine on the outside. I know that this page resonates with a lot of people here, Haley. Thank you so much for sharing. I love what you've created. I'm so glad that you enjoyed using all of those printables. And I love this concept that you have here of a health journal in general. So, so beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and start working on our main headers. So I do know what I want to start with, and I want to start with this first scene that I do want to do almost true to what I sketched, which is a scene of a moon with clouds, ravens, and bats flying, and the indications of a far off castle poking out from the top of the clouds. So, the first thing I'm going to do before I get started on any specifics is I'm going to create our main header shapes. Now, I also had the suggestion of, again, incorporating the golden frames that I created as a part of this. Frog Tea Party collection. So in this collection, I created these golden frames here that bordered several of my headers. And I also have these 3 full sheets in my shop of these golden frames. I really like the idea of recoloring one of these sheets to be some really nice dark black frames. So I think I might pull those into the headers and maybe give all of our headers black frames. I think that would be a really beautiful way to tie this in. So I think I'll see about grabbing this frame right here. that's already header sized. And let's just start by bringing that up here and seeing if we like the look of that as being a border for some of the headers. And this is sheet 1 of the Gothic Castle monthly kit. I think I'm going to call it the Gothic Castle monthly kit. Definitely Gothic something. But let's start off with this. It's always nice when I'm able to reuse design elements. I'm not sure, again, if I'm going to use this for all of these, but I want to see what this looks like. So I'm going to start off by turning that, to grayscale. I am going to darken it a whole bunch. Let me get rid of my sketch so I can see what's going on a little clearer. And Mars, that's what I'm thinking, kind of like that, like maybe using it for every other header. We'll see. We'll see if I even end up liking it, but we had this idea that I was definitely liking the sound of. Melly said, I gotta go. It's late and time to get into bed. Goodbye, everybody. Take care and have a great time and see you as soon as possible. And thanks for the great stream. Thanks so much for being here, Melly. It was so great to see you today. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay, I'm going to go into this with this frame selected. I'm going to go to a gradient map, and I'm going to create a gradient to fill in this border, specifically because I want to bring some touches of purple in here. So instead of it being pure black, I'm going to bring in some purples. I'm still also going to put some grays in here as well. Kind of do like a black gray color scheme with a touch of purple. Something like that. Okay, I'm not sure if I like that. I like it in theory, but because I designed this for the Frog Tea Party collection, it like has all these flowers, and I'm like, flowers are definitely not really making it feel very goth. But I'm like, what if I were to just bring some of these little skulls and kind of replace the skulls or the flowers with little skulls instead? Would that alone fix it? I don't know. Let's see. But if it doesn't work, I'm not going to force these frames in here. I'm not going to force them if they don't want to work. But I'm going to see if I were to just put a skull where each flower is. I wonder if that would solve the issue for me. We'll see. And then Mara said, I think just grayscale. I'll play around with that. Yeah, because maybe we have the frames just be pure grayscale. And the purple will come into our background sky scene. Okay. Karen suggested maybe making the skulls a little bit smaller. Let's try that out. I do think that that this is working. I do think that it's working. And I do think that covering up the flowers did instantly make it feel like it fits. Okay, that's very cool. I like that. Let's change this to a black frame. Oh, and maybe bats on the side. Antoinette, you are a smart cookie. Let me grab this bat here. Copy all. Let's bring that over here. Straighten this out, get it to be the right size and the right colors. And the bat is like the perfect shape to replace some of these other shapes here. So let's see. Got to make sure it fits properly. I think if I put it like this, and then I can just simply erase this center part here, and I think that will probably fit in nicely, like that. Then I'm just going to go in with a little bit of a white highlight to separate. Smaller. Maybe like that. It's pretty subtle, but I like that. I think it's nice that the frame isn't going to necessarily take away from whatever scene we put inside of it. Yeah, it does get a little bit lost with the bigger curly things, Donna. I agree. Maybe if I make it a little bit bigger, I can have it kind of stand on its own a little bit more. I just don't want it to look like it's just slapped on top of here. I want it to still look incorporated. Exactly, like it's a little subtle. I do think that it fit nicely there. It does kind of get incorporated into those swirls, but I kind of like how it's almost like a subtle design feature. Okay, cute. So we found a way to cover up the flowers, which is awesome. So let's put this there, and again, just erase this and this. What I can also see about is just taking a black and kind of darkening the highlights on these curled bits. And I think that might make it compete a little bit less with the highlights on the bats. So kind of like that. And then let me go in with this gray and just place back in some new highlights that suit the bat placement a little bit better. And then let me grab white. Try to see if I liked it lighter like this or if I like it dark like that. I feel like splitting the difference. And once we start putting the scene in it, you know, it's all going to start to come together. All right, let me see if I want to put the bats up in these other sections as well, like Antoinette just suggested, or if I want to keep it limited to what I've already done. I mean, I don't think that looks bad at all. Oh, not Antoinette. Who did I say? Karen. Okay, I'm noticing one thing I don't like about the bat is the like gradient coloring on it. So I'm just going to go to one bat and I'm going to adjust the color to be what I want here. So I'm going to fill the entire thing in black. And then I'm going to go in with my gray Spectra brush. And instead of, I think I'm going to have it be like lighter towards the center and then darker as it fades outward. Exactly, Mars. That's my plan. I will have a full sheet of frames as the throwback sheet for this collection. So just kind of getting the bats to where I want it, bringing in the colors that are shading my frame. There we go. I think I like that a lot better. Oh, Antoinette thinks the bats need eyes. What should I do the eyes? Like in white or black? A little bit of both. Like it's a raised, it's very subtle. I think it's a little too small to get in with those details. Just a little bit. I think if I do a little bit of a white outline around the very edge of the bat, it should make it pop off background behind it. Okay, I think that's looking nice now. It's looking more incorporated into the rest of the frame. All right, before I duplicate that, let me just make sure it's the final size that I want. Do I want to make it any bigger? No, I don't think so. All right, let's just go ahead and copy and paste that a bunch of times. Definitely put it back over here. Hi, Vanessa. Welcome in. So happy you're able to make it today. So happy to see you. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. We are just working on the new Gothic themed sticker collection. So we're going to put those bats in there. Aubrey, it is subtle. It is subtle. Like, I think that this is the type of detail that you might not notice or you might notice on the finished collections. It's definitely something that is subtle, and I don't mind that it's subtle because ultimately I just want these to look like some ornate Gothic frames. And it's almost just like a cute little extra detail if you look closely and notice that it's made out of bats and skulls, So I don't mind that it's subtle. I could put a little bit more work into making the bats really pop, but I think that'll be something that I can always come back to if I feel like it needs it. But I'm not going to put too much time into making specifically the bats on the frame pop. I'll see once I start putting the scene in here if we feel like it's necessary. But again, it's just not necessarily going to be a priority. As long as it looks like a frame, I'm happy. Okay, so we have managed to turn Hang on. I want to grab the original frame so you guys can see what we just did. We just managed to turn this So we just transformed this into this. So we changed the color and we got rid of all of the floral elements to turn it into this. Okay, and I can easily get rid of the actual swirls underneath the bats if it feels like it's the swirl specifically. I just can't, I won't get rid of the full shape, but I can get rid of like most of that kind of swirl detail if we want, simply by just darkening that whole area up and kind of just hiding the fact that there is a swirl underneath. I'm just going to see what that looks like and see if that is making us happier. It will just kind of be like a detail shape under the bat, but I can hide the fact that it's actually a swirl. Is that better? Does that make everybody happier? Okay, excellent. Especially like Aubrey, Rabarella, those of you where it wasn't feeling right. I think that's an easy little change. Perfect. Okay, so we've got that. So now it's time to start with the actual things here. So I think what I'm going to do first is I'm going to create a few headers with our damask pattern. So for this, I'm just going to simply copy one of my layers that has that damask pattern on it. Now, I don't want all of my headers to have the frames, but I do like the idea of maybe doing like 2 of them with the frame, 1 without, and then 2 like windows at the bottom, something like that. So maybe I do 1 with the frame, and that's the one that has the damask wallpaper pattern inside. Emball had a question. Thank you. Thank you. Are the monthly tabs available digitally? The monthly tabs, I need you to be just a little bit more specific on what you're asking, because I have the tab stickers. They're not monthly tabs though. They're just blank tabs. Those are available digitally, but I'm not sure if maybe you're wondering about like some monthly headers. Let me know specifically what sheet you're wondering about, MVal, and I'm happy to let you know. Okay, 2 matching frame headers. So let's start by, I'm trying to think, do I want these to have the damask pattern inside, or maybe I do these as the 2 like more outdoor scenes? I don't know. I'm really into this scene here that is supposed to be like a sky with a moon, clouds, ravens. So maybe I'll start there. I'm having a hard time deciding like where to actually begin. So we just got to start somewhere. Okay, the blank tabs for on the side of my planner. Yes, those are available digitally. And there's 2 different color options. So, well, actually 3. So here are the gray and the pastel rainbow digital tabs. Actually, I'll just send you this link, MVal. This has all of the tabs on one page, but there you can see the digital colorful page tabs and the digital original page tabs. So here's a link. And I just got that link by going to my website, going to the search bar and typing in tabs. And to be clear, these are like the tabs that you're kind of asking about. These are the colorful page tabs. And then there's also the gray page tabs, which I think I should have an example of those somewhere here. Here's some more, all these different tabs that I use are available digitally. Okay, I'm going to see what it looks like if I have the damask pattern inside the frame. I just don't know if it's going to feel a little bit too busy, but let's see. Again, I'm like kind of procrastinating what to do next. Now that I've gotten all the individual illustrations down, I have to figure out how I'm going to piece all of this together. So let's bring in the damask pattern to start with. Let's go ahead and fill these frames in on a new layer. Let's fill them in black to start. I want to make sure I keep this collection really nice and dark. I don't want to make the mistake of starting to get too light with it. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my decorative sheet so I can reference the colors that I have in this collection. Ooh, instantly I'm getting excited. Oh, instantly I'm getting excited. Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, you guys. This is really going to come together. I'm like smiling big now because now I'm freaking getting excited seeing these all start to come in. I'm already starting to picture how these headers can come together just using what I've already created. So I'm actually going to go ahead and grab 2 of these illustrations right off the bat. This one. Oh, this is going to be too good. Let's cut that to a new layer. The candles. Oh, I'm very excited. I know, once you start seeing it all come together. Oh my God. Okay. All right. One step at a time, Kayla. You're getting excited. You're getting excited. Let's bring these back, bring this back, bring the pattern back. Ignore the purple color that it is right now. I just copied one of the layers that I had, but ignore the specific color for the time being. Let me align my pattern here to extend it. Like that. All right, let's go ahead and bring this down a layer, turn on clipping mask, and make it gray. Let's start there. I'm going to make the backgrounds now. I'm going to take a dark gray and my spectra brush. And I'm going to put a little bit of a gradient on each one. I'm going to turn on my symmetry line and put it right in the center. And I'm going to have a slight gradient extending from the middle. So just start going in with gray, a lighter gray in the center, and have it get darker as it goes out to the edge. And same thing for this one. I'm obsessed with how this is turning out. I'm so excited. So I instantly, once I brought these decorative stickers in, I instantly saw that I can really just start layering the illustrations I've already created on top of these frames and create some striking headers. I think this whole process is actually going to be way quicker and easier than I'm expecting because I've put all this work into these illustrations up until this point. And now that I see them all starting to come together, I'm like, they're really coming together. So like something like that right away already looks amazing. I don't think I need to like overcomplicate this much. I feel like that one would look really nice with like a candle on either side. And I'm going to bring in shadows and highlights to make everything stand out from the background. So if you feel like it's all kind of like getting lost, don't worry. That's going to be kind of like the next step. But I'm going to start separating my illustrations. And actually, what I'm going to do, I love this damask background so much. I'm actually going to start, I'm going to create 5 of these right now. I can always bring them to different sheets, but I think we can already create 5 headers just with the illustrations we've already made. Again, I don't think I need to make this as complicated as I was going to at the start. I think I can probably create headers that we're absolutely going to love just by layering everything I've already created. We really liked how the damask pattern looked when I put a little shadow behind it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to bring that teal like highlight in here at the end too, which is really going to make everything pop. But let's start there. Let's merge this together. And now I'm going to create like 4 more of these framed headers because I'm loving how they're turning out. So we're going to go like this. We're going to make 4 more while we're at it. Merge those down. Merge those down. Turn on clipping mask. And merge those down. And this is giving us that black lace look that we are wanting at the beginning. Diane, thank you for pointing that out because we were wanting black lace. And you're so right. Like this looks totally like a black lace choker. This would go so well with those magic potion sticker sheet that has like the poison bottles on there. Maybe I'll even bring one of those over here. But if you want poison bottles with this, the Hocus Pocus collection, the decorative sheet is called Magic Potions, and that has like poison bottles on there already. Okay, so once again, not paying attention right now to how things are or aren't popping, and just starting to get the decorative elements from my decorative sheet laid out here across these different headers and finding the ones that really pop on top of these headers specifically. And nothing's final yet. So again, try not to judge like the specific details or the ways the colors are popping or not popping. We'll get there. We will get there. Okay, I'm gonna go to my decorative sheet here and I'm gonna start to separate the stickers that I feel like will be really nice on top of these backgrounds. The moth feels like a very obvious one to me. This one is gonna look stunning right in the center of one of these. Mars, I'm going to bring the chandelier back, but I think the chandelier will work perfectly on a vertical version of these. So don't worry. I'm going to bring the chandelier back. I just think that it needs to be big to really appreciate it. Although I see what you mean, Mars. The chandelier made like the choker vibe you were hoping for. Don't worry. I'll definitely bring the chandelier back. Also, one sec. I got to go peek on Jake's stew in the other room. That is a damn good stew. Mars, it makes me think I like the idea of actually taking that chandelier bit and like making a skinnier lace choker looking strips. So just know I see you and we're going to make it happen. I got bug bites on my ankles. Okay, stop itching, Kayla. Stop itching it on 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's what I have to do when I start itching a bug bite. All right, let's bring in the ravens. All of the work we put in is coming together. Oh, I love it. Freaking love it. Oh, no, I started itching it again. Kayla, stop itching the bug bite. Forget about it. Oh, Robin, good idea. Smack it. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, let me grab the moon. Just starting to bring these in. Again, like none of this is finalized yet. Still going to be making it all come together. Okay, so I got all my big things cut out from that decorative sheet now. So now let's start to arrange some things here. Let's start to create our arrangements. So the two that I am very happy with right off the bat is definitely the moth. I was going to say the skull one as well, although I could do something with the skull where I do actually more of a side decoration dealio with two skulls, two little frame skulls, and two candles. Because I like to create some mixed versions of these headers. I don't necessarily like it for all the decoration to be in the middle. I kind of like to mix it up so you could write the header on the inside part of some of these. So the skull and the candles or something where you would like buy two of those to be decoration in your house anyways. Okay, you guys like the skull in the middle. Let me do both options, and then I'll have you guys vote. And I like the idea of the two ravens on either side as well. Give me a second. I'll show you both skull versions, and then we can vote. Raven, welcome in, Raven. Caw, caw, so happy to have you here. As Antoinette says, the unkindness is in the chat, bitches. Antoinette, I love that you said it right when I said it. Oh, it's funny. Okay, so let me do just, don't worry, I'm not getting rid of the raven, but I just am going to show us the two different options. We can decide which one we prefer. I guess I could also maybe have the candles on this one as well. I kind of want you to see what it would look like with some light being cast behind the candle, just so we can see the full effect. So real quick, let me I wonder if I cast like a blue light. Okay, I won't worry about lighting. Just know if I have candles, I'm going to have there be like a light source glowing from it. I'm also still like this, I'm just plopping these on top of these backgrounds now to see what layouts we like. But keep in mind that like I'm going to have these things be a little bit more distinct from each other. Some extra highlights and shadows are going to come in to make it all pop. But that being said, in general, I'm going to have you guys vote on which layout for the skull you prefer. So one sec, I'm going to have 3 different options here. One option is one sec. Okay. Go like that, duplicate this, and grab this. Okay, so here are basically our 3 options. I feel like I already know what the winner is going to be looking at it. So we have skull in the middle with candles on the outside. If you're using this as a header, it kind of encourages you to do like one word on each side, or you just use this as decoration. We have the version with matching skull cameo and candle on either end with open space in the middle. And then we have the simplest version that just has the skull cameo in the center. So these are the 3 options that I'll have you guys vote between. I'm going to make this skull in the center a little bit bigger. And same with this one. Okay, so I'm going to pop a poll in the chat for you guys. Oh, I just realized that I've had that pin comment at the top this whole time. Unpin. Okay, start a poll. Which layout do you prefer? 1, 2, or 3? 1, 2, 3. All right. Poll is in the chat. Let me know. Which one do you prefer? My assumption is it's going to be number 1. And I think that's my preference now too, seeing it. I think it'll be number 1. All right, 21 votes in, 42 people here. So far, it's almost like 50-50 split between these two, but this one is winning ever so slightly. Okay. All right, I'm going to end the poll. One has won by a little bit. I agree with you guys. I like one the best too. So let's get rid of these other two options. And that will be our first header. So let's bring the moth back. The moth, I feel like, just makes very obvious sense just being right slap dab in the center of a header. But I could also put the moth on the side of a header, which is a little different from what we normally do. I could do something like this. And this is basically what we're going to do. We're just going to kind of go one by one through these different options for each of these illustrations. So, moth. Like I said, we can do the moth right in the center, or we can do a moth on the side, like this. Yeah, Rabarella, I know this is giving more the feel of the way I would arrange my older kits, which I just typically don't do because I just like go full blown in with like finished entire scenes versus what I'm doing here where I created the decorative stickers first and then just using those to create the headers. And I've been, kind of missing that simpler older style. So there's something about this that feels really nice. Okay, so we could do something like this with the moths, where we have them coming in from the sides or corners. Which again is kind of like a little bit different. I think I'll also create like, 3 different options for the moths. But I hear the general idea that because we have these intricate backgrounds, that less is more with these. I don't need to go full blown maximalist with what I'm putting on top because we already have so much going on that just one little decorative subject on top of each is really nice. I do think I like the one on the side as well. And of course, if I wanted, I could instead have it on the other side. I don't need both necessarily. But I'm just going to create all of our different options just for the sake of it. I mean, there's something nice about this like symmetric version where it's on both sides. What I'll do for that one is I'll make them both a little smaller. Oh my goodness, Raven. That freaking sucks. Raven said, "My new friend told me I'm too invested in our relationship. God forbid I care. They straight up said they don't need me, yet they're looking to crash at my place for a week, and I don't know how I'm feeling about it." Those are two very weird things to come from the same person. You know, I can understand, like, everyone has their own reasons why they act how they do in relationships. It's like, it's one thing to be like, "You're too invested in me basically like somebody just being an straight up being, saying it in a way that's very unkind, but basically just being like, you're more into this friendship than I am. That sucks, but it's like it happens. It's the thing of being told that, and then it's like, "Can I crash at your place for a week?" Like, what? What? These 2 things do not go together, and a week is a long ass time to have someone staying with you. So, I don't know. Those are 2 different statements. All right. Let's have you guys vote on the moth header. I don't know. This one's going to be tough. I don't think I can predict which one you guys are going to vote for here. I think my favorite is actually this one now that I'm seeing it, but I don't know. Let's see. Which layout do you prefer? 1, 2, 3. Antoinette and Kat at the same time said total user personality and sounds like a user. And Donna said user. Yeah, they're being clocked in the chat, that's for sure. Yeah, it sounds like someone that it might be in, I know everything is a long story, and obviously we can only give advice based on like this very limited context, but it definitely sounds like somebody that you might be better off not having in your space for a week, I'm all for helping people out. Like I'm the first person to let somebody stay with us when they need it, but there's a level of respect that should be maintained if you're going to be putting yourself out like that. Okay. Poll is going up in the chat. Which layout for the moth do we prefer? 1, 2, or 3? 2 moths, 1 in the middle, or 1 to the side? I know, Karen, this is hard. 3 seems to be winning by a pretty heavy majority so far. There's 21 votes in, though, so half of you have not voted. So get your votes in. The poll is in the chat. If you can't see it, try refreshing. And let me know, which layouts do you prefer? Right now, this is in first place, this is in second place, and this is in third place. All right, 26 votes in. We got a little more love for this option, but this option is still winning. I agree, Karen. If we do this one, I'll totally do a header that mirrors this, whether it's with another moth or with a different item that mirrors the placement of this one. I think maybe we can get away with doing a raven one that matches this, but we'll see once we move on to the next ones. Okay, I'm going to end the poll, and number 3 is our winner. So let's go ahead and get rid of all these. And there is our second header. All right, next up we have our ravens. So we had the idea, I have 2 raven illustrations. So one idea that people had was putting them both on the same header on either side. And again, Don't pay attention to the fact that things aren't really popping off these backgrounds right now. Once the layouts are decided, we will then go in with our finishing details, shadows, and highlights and whatnot that are really going to make everything pop. Raven, I'm so glad you can talk about this here. It's a lot. It's a lot. And at least my impression of you, Raven, and obviously it's like I only know you guys through a limited context, a limited scope, but my impression of you, Raven, is you seem like a very kind, thoughtful person. And the person you're talking about does not sound kind nor thoughtful. And I know how easy it can be for someone who is kind and thoughtful to be kind of jerked around by somebody who is not, you know? It's just hard. It's like you said, where you're like, why be so mean to somebody who is actively trying to help you? I can't comprehend that either. I couldn't, I just, I don't know. I just couldn't do that, you know? But, and of course, I mean, no one's perfect, but yeah, this sounds like someone who's taking advantage of you. And that is shitty. I'm just glad you can talk about it though, Raven. These types of things are so much easier. Like, I don't know. I know from personal experience that you can just like start to feel like you're going fucking crazy when dealing with certain people. I feel like it's so nice to get some outside perspective. Okay. So I could put the ravens together. But I'm kind of liking the idea of maybe using the raven as a way to offset the moth because the flying moth and the flying raven are very similar size and shapes, especially if I rotate this raven and angle it. It is almost taking up the same type of space as the moth. So if I were to flip that and then put it on this side of a header, I could have it be the thing that you compare alongside the moth header. Yeah, flipped maybe, flying in towards the header. Okay, so we like it at its original orientation and direction. So we could do something like that. Or do we like it better with both of the ravens together? Luna just ate dinner and pooped. can hear her scratching her litter box. Oh, Luna, wow, you screaming? Okay, before I move further, I'm going to merge all these things together. I'm loving how this is churning out. So it's making me realize that I'm like totally changing the plan from the original headers that I thought I was going to put here. So I just need to decide, do we want 4 big headers, or do we want for me to adjust these a little bit to be a little bit skinnier and I fit 5? I feel like this is looking really nice with like 4 big headers. What do you think? It just means there's one less on this sheet, but they're thicker. And then I still will have more on the weekly kit, you know? Or if I do 5, they're just going to be a lot skinnier. I wouldn't just squish them like this. This is just kind of as an example. But if I were to fit 5, then they would have to be like this skinny. So if I were to make them that skinny, then the illustrations would have to be smaller. For example, the skull would end up looking like this. So it's just a question if we like the thicker, bigger headers, but one less, or do we want 5 skinnier headers like this? As you're starting to see this version, what's your guys' intuition telling you? Do you want more headers on this sheet, but have them be skinnier? Or do you want one less and having them be a little bigger and bolder? I'll actually take a screenshot of this and then I'll go back to how it was before. So we can see a little bit of a better side-by-side comparison. Okay, I'm going to do a poll to decide what we prefer. Which do you prefer? Ignore the details of like where the illustrations are laid out because they're not in the perfect positions, but just in general, which are you leaning towards? 4 larger headers or 5 skinnier headers? I wonder if I can show you an example. Let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. So here's kind of an example size-wise so you can get some reference. This is a sheet with 5 headers versus a sheet with 6 headers. Or not 4 headers. So I'll kind of put these on either side of my iPad so you can have a little bit of a real world example. And now the poll is going up in the chat. So, which do you prefer? 4 larger headers or 5 skinnier headers? Either way, Donna, the extras will be going on the other sheets. Like I have the weekly kit that I've been putting more headers on the last few months. So you don't really have to worry about it, like meaning that there won't be as many of these available. I'll just move the other ideas to the other sheet. It gets you more bang for your buck if there's 5. If you're just getting the monthly kit, then it means you'll have one more. But if you're getting the whole collection, it won't really matter. It's more the preference of, do you like the skinnier headers functionally, when you're using them in your journal, or do you like the bigger headers? Okay. 22 votes in, 41 people here, and so far 64% have voted for 5 skinnier headers and 39% have voted for 4 thicker headers. So this is winning by a little bit, but not by a crazy amount. So there's about 20 people who haven't voted yet. Let us know what you prefer. Mars said, I feel like the thicker ones play into the castle extravagance. There's definitely something, I agree, to be desired about having just like more of this beautiful background showing. I do agree. Like, I think there's something about this collection that doesn't feel like small and dainty. It feels big and bold. So again, I kind of agree, but I also totally understand why people would just want more. So let's see. And I also agree, like I think the skinnier headers are a little bit easier to use in an A5 journal. Like I'm used to the spacing a little bit more. So I can go both ways here. It's almost 50-50, 48% to 52%. 48% to 52%. 31 votes in. So 14 people haven't voted yet. If you haven't voted, get your vote in because it's very, very close. I really would like to know what the true majority vote is here. I don't think you can change your vote, unfortunately. Let me see here. 48 to 52. It's 50-50 now. 50-50. So I think that just means I have to choose unless anybody can tilt the vote. Unless anybody's going to tip the vote in the next few seconds, I think I'll just make my decision on my own. Which is always scary. I don't like making decisions. So somebody decide for me. All right, Donna's changing her vote to the skinny ones. And another vote has also gone to the skinny ones. Okay, so we are going to do 5 skinnier headers. Oh, Oh, now it's 50-50 again, but Donna said she changed her vote. But you know what? Honestly, I think I like these ones. Oh, maybe I should just make my decision. I don't know. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, I think I like the big, bold ones. It's just funny for me to do a poll and then just make my own decision. But I think I like the big ones. I think I like the big ones. I'm going to do the big ones. I'm going to do the big ones. See ya. Even though the poll is 51% skinny, I'm doing the big ones. I hardly ever override the poll. But the more I looked at it, the more I just really liked these being big and bold. We like them big, we like them chunky. So we're just going to stick with what we got here. Okay. I'm feeling undecided about these ravens. So I'm just going to go to a different one instead, because I have this bat and moon scene that I feel like is a perfect in the center. I'm going to have to make some adjustments to this again so that we can see it a little bit more clearly. And with this one, I'm also like, is there a chance that maybe for some of these, I actually don't do the damask background? Like same with the raven, like I could instead do like some sort of dark sky. But I don't know if that's what we want. Same colors, but what if I were to do something like this? Ooh. This is nice. Yes. Oh, yeah. And I know, Antoinette, I'm still going to do one that mirrors the moth. I will. And I do think it's going to be the raven. Okay, I mean, that's beautiful. That was easy. And this brush put instantly a really beautiful cloudy texture back there. Okay, Mars suggested maybe having the moon on the side. Let's see what that looks like. Because I am up for that option as well, now that we've got the background figured out. Oh, I mean, obviously right side. I feel like the moon just looks so right in the center. What do you guys think? I feel like it looks like it belongs there. I think just because of that big circle. But what do you guys think? I don't want to nix the moon on the side until I hear from the class. If the design was smaller, I totally see what you're saying there, Raven. If basically if the moon itself wasn't breaking the border. We're going to do a proper vote between these as well. Yeah, no, that was definitely a good, that made this look far better. Let's also give this a fair shot. I'm just seeing if I want to do some stars or something. Actually, this got a little bit messed up, so let me redo this really quick. Fill this back in with black. Grab this light blue. And actually, let me use my symmetry tool, bring that to the center of my moon, and then turn on my drawing assist. There we go. And bring in some of that light purple. Karen, I want to put another sky in here, so I'm down to see what this looks like with a sky background, the moth one. Because I also like the idea of maybe having the damask pattern more be for the inside elements and the sky background being for the outside elements. I'm definitely not opposed to that, so that is a very good suggestion. Okay, let's start with these two options because I think these both look really nice. So let's see what you guys think as far as the two different moon options. Start a poll. Which layout do you prefer? 1 or 2? And the poll's not up yet, just 1 sec. Also, I realize I'm nearing the 4-hour mark, which was how long I wanted to go for today. So that means that we are going to be calling it a day here shortly. Do you think I should make the center moon smaller too? I wasn't sure if because it's in the center, if it looked okay breaking the border, but I can also make that one just in the sky. Make it so the moon doesn't break the border. That's nice. Really quick, just for fairness in the poll, I want to get this background to match this one better. It's just a little bit more purple, basically. Oh, here we go. That's easy. I can just literally bring that one here so that they have the same exact sky coloring behind them. There we go. Okay. So let's go ahead and vote just on the layout. Again, try to ignore like all of the little details because we are not doing any of the details yet. We're just focusing on the layout, truly almost like ignoring any little details that might be bothering you. I know it's hard to try to ignore the details, but just try like ways that the wing is touching here, specifics, try to ignore, try to just focus on the general layout that we're seeing. Let me center this moon a little better. Okay, so the poll is going to go up now. So which do you prefer in general? Do you like the moon in the center or do you like the moon off to the side? We got about 40 people here. So get your vote in and let me know. Oh, and yes, this is option 1. This is option 2. Okay, number 2 is winning by a good amount. I'm seeing the suggestions of maybe doing this one without a border, without the framed border. I'm open to seeing if that looks nice. I'm going to end the poll. The poll is 75% voted for it on the side. So let's see. Let me get rid of the frame. I need to make a different shape under here. Let me first give myself a rectangle to work with that is roughly the same dimension of the frame. Let's fill that in black. Let's make it a little more like the inner frame dimensions, like that. Okay, let's get rid of the frame. Now I'm going to cut these two out. I'm going to turn on a clipping mask down here. And actually, I'll have to redraw. Oh, some people are screaming at me for getting rid of the frame. Some people are screaming. Hang on, I'm going to make sure that I don't get rid of anything I've already created. Here, one sec. let me go one step at a time here. Okay. I'm going to make sure I can bring this back if we don't like what I end up making, okay? So don't worry. I have this saved. And let's get rid of one of these moons. Let's create another shape. I'm going to start with just a rectangle, but I can always then change this shape after if we want this other shape to not be like just a clean rectangle and instead want it to be something with a little bit more personality. But for now, I'm just going to do a plain old rectangle. I'm going to bring my moon up here. We now have a little bit more freedom to make the moon a little bit bigger. Now, let me grab these same backgrounds here, bring that over here. Yeah, I agree. Like this clean edge, rectangle edge is not what we want. So that's just temporary while I get this situated. Something like that. Now I am going to go underneath here, and now not worrying about the color, I'm really just going to try to create an edge that looks like it's a good, what's the word I'm looking for? A good textured edge. I'm thinking something kind of worn looking. Almost like it looks like the clouds in the sky. So give me a moment while I build this out here. And also, I'm going to keep going until Jake gets home. So we're at over 4 hours, but Jake is not back home yet. Once he gets back home, I will be calling it a day. So I'm just focusing on the edge right now. Just focusing on the edge shape, and that's it. And now I'm going to go in with like a textured eraser so that I can make that edge a little less uniform, create some slightly unique shapes in there. Ooh, I think that might be nice. So I'm just going in with some other textured brushes to kind of create a little bit of variation across that textured edge. All right, now let's bring the color back in. Like that. Okay. I need to see both. I need to see the before and after now, because I'm at the point now where, like, I don't know. I don't know what I like better. I need to see the before for some reference to see where we're headed here. Okay. No, I do think I'm liking this. So if I were to do something like this, I would do where half of the headers, like 2 of the headers are with the frame and the background, and 2 are with this sky background. So just for reference, I'm going to duplicate this, get rid of this and this. I'm going to show you guys what it might look like if we have another one on here. Oh, wait. Okay. This raven just popped up on top of the moon. But what if I were to do that? I mean, that like looks like it's meant to be. Looks like it's meant to be. In that case, like the moon wouldn't break the border, I don't think. It would be just the raven that does. Or no, maybe that still looks good as is. Yeah. Leave it as is. Okay. The reason that I had pulled that up was so we can see what a second one, because basically we had the idea that maybe we have all of our outdoor things be on our sky background. And then we have indoor things be with the frame and damask background. This is a trust the process moment, but I think this is all going to end up working. I think this is all going to end up working. So I'm kind of thinking we could even have this one kind of match. Like that. I think we're figuring this out. The chandelier is also another good option. Okay, we're getting somewhere here. So I really like the ideas that we're having here and how this is going. I still think I'm not like fully sold on this particular texture along the outside, but I think I'm liking the concept that we have like indoor headers, outdoor headers. And I like the idea of like bringing more of the bats and the moths flying around these outdoor scenes. Yeah, I think we're getting somewhere here. I appreciate all of you trusting the process. I know it's stressful when I start going back on things that you really liked. Let me also see what it looks like if I bring the chandelier in here. And also what I'm going to do, I don't know why this always I feel like helps. Something about this that always helps when we have two different backgrounds is alternating the backgrounds. It just makes, you can start to see the vibe a little bit more when the sheet looks balanced. So give me a sec while I do a little bit of rearranging here. So we can start to see the vision come together. Okay, I'm sensing some mixed feelings in the chat, so I wanna get a vibe check here. Do you like the direction this is taking? Since putting in since do you like the direction this is taking with the two different header styles? Let's start there. Start some basic questions. Again, not focusing as much on the details, but do you like the general direction of these two different header styles together? Versus, are you somebody who much preferred it when it was just all frames and damask? Let's start there and see where we're at. Okay. Poll is in the chat. 35 people here. I'd love to get as many voices in the chat as possible, or as many of you voting in the poll as possible. And again, details are still not in here, so don't judge this as being finished, because it is not. We're just focusing on the general layout of things right now, not focusing on details. I know that's hard. I know it's hard to try to look at it almost like ignoring the details. I know that that's tricky. Okay. So most are liking the general direction. So that's good to know. Now that we've changed the idea here, I see people bringing back the idea of 5 headers instead of 4. And I think there's more to be said there now, because I mostly liked the big headers with the damask. I think we might be able to fit 5 headers on here potentially if the sky scenes are a little bit skinnier than the damask frames. Also, I see the concerns of the raven not necessarily matching the bat. I really like the raven on top of the moon, but I do think you're right that I think we need like a little bit of adjusting to happen to get it all to match together. That's a detail though that I can fix. That's definitely something that I can fix, where we can have it be that the moon stands on its own. We have less of the and we get rid of the bat and put some smaller bats in here that will like match a little bit better. So I consider that to be more of a detail that we can make work. Kind of just starting to show an example here. If I were to magically start to hide our bats so that we can kind of put in a bat that fits a little bit better with the raven in there. These design processes are always so fun because you just like never know where it's going to go. And Karen, that's also like ignore details like that, like red smoke. There's no contrast right now. Like I haven't focused on contrast at all between the backgrounds and foregrounds. I'm just taking these like plain backgrounds and slapping the illustrations on top. All of that will come. Yeah. I know it's hard to know like where I'm going with it when I'm don't have all the details in, but I really have not gone in with any like different colors or shadows or highlights or details to make everything pop. By the end, I mean, you guys know, I'm like a sucker for things really popping, high contrast. So, trust that no matter what decisions we make, by the end all the details will come together. I'm also going to be making sure to bring in, let me get my right pencil here, to bring in the other colors that are in this color scheme, make sure it all ties together. So do not worry. I like the idea of like little bats maybe coming into both of these. Okay, so based on all that information I just got, let me start to rearrange this sheet a little bit because now I have like more of an idea of where I'm trying to go with this. So give me a sec while I make this work in my head here. And let me see if I can fit 2 sky scenes and 3 framed scenes. Kat, I love people like you that are like invested in the reality of the animals I draw. Because whenever I draw an animal collection, there's always somebody who like is very knowledgeable about that animal and points out a detail where it's like, you know, I know this is just me, but ravens are not nocturnal. So they would not be flying in front of the moon. Like I'm being genuine. Like I love that. I just think that's such a it's like those details and those things that like I don't think about. And I love like I always bring it back to when I designed my polar collection. I was putting I think it was like polar bears and penguins in the same header. And there were several people who were like very adamant about being like, those two things do not exist on the same continent. You cannot put them together. And it turned into like an explanation of like, okay, this is a collection showing the 2 different poles and we're looking at them separately. They're not on the same continent. I don't know. I just love those details. So I love knowing that because I did not know that ravens aren't nocturnal. They don't fly around at night. They would be sleeping. And whenever my collections kind of like break reality like that, I just make up like a backstory. I'm like, well, I think that this raven maybe is a messenger raven of some sort. He's like a pet and he has a job. Maybe he just returned from dropping off a message and now he's headed back home. And that's why it's kind of late in the day. He wants to get to bed, but he's like finishing his day's work. And that's why he's flying at night. So that's always what I do. I'm like, fair. I love the attention to detail and reality. So let's make a backstory that makes it somehow work out. And then I love that Raven's like, "But I've heard them outside my window screaming at 1 AM." And Cat's like, "No, fair. I have research, you have lived experience. There must be something that's annoying your ravens." So maybe you can kind of start to see what I'm starting to come up with here. What I'm working on. And Rabarella say, "Can we try 3 rectangular and 2 squarish headers like from the Frog Tea Party one?" And that is a very good suggestion because that is actually the original idea for this sheet was 2 square headers at the bottom, 3 rectangular headers. So I am still down to experiment with that because I was going to basically do some window headers was kind of the original idea. So I am still open to that. But let me start to arrange this. So I like the idea of having the sky header that's a little skinnier. Before, let me see here. For now, let me bring one of these down here. I'm trying to see if I can manage to fit 5 on here before I start seeing about putting in some square headers. Seeing if I can fit 5. And I feel like I can make it happen in a way that I'm happy with just a little finagling. Just a little finagling. Okay, let's see where we're at space-wise. Okay, so now that I'm seeing these two different layouts, now I am, I made that override decision earlier in the stream where I overrode the poll and decided to do 4 thicker headers instead of 5 skinnier headers. But now I've kind of made a compromise where the sky headers are a bit skinnier than the frames. And yes, Mars, I like that idea, and kind of ignore the background of the moth header right now. I just copied the previous one to make things easy. Yeah, so same, like, just kind of ignore the background, and the moth has not been finalized at all yet. No apologies necessary. There's no way for you guys to really know that. That's just what I know, but that's why it's a lot of it is still in that trust the process phase, because I have ideas that have not yet fully come to fruition. So I think I'll grab 2 more candles, but I'll grab my other candles. And let's grab the chandelier. So let's grab this guy and this guy and this guy. And while we're at it, let's grab a couple of my baddies, copy all, bring them over. By the way, Luna has been hanging out with us this whole time on the carpet next to me. I see the comment about the moon not looking fully round. I'll be sure to address that when the time comes. Okay, let's paste in those other elements. Okay, so first thing is I think down here it would look awesome to have the candles just like they are. I have them on the up here on this first header. I also, I kind of agree. I think the moth might look better on the damask. I mean, again, this background is not finished yet, but I still maybe like the idea of just doing like another raven over here to match this raven. So you compare together the two raven headers. But there is something about the moth on the damask that looks really nice. I'm just going to put him there now, and I'll still be making my final decisions as this goes on. Oh, although that's where the chandelier would really look nice. I still do also like the idea of saving the chandelier for a vertical header, though, with that framed damask background. So let me first make the decision about the chandelier. So let me grab the chandelier, cut that to a new layer, and let me just make sure the chandelier isn't going to work on these headers. Obviously, right now we can't see shit, but let me see if I go like this and I go like this and I put an add layer up here and I set that to clipping mask. And then if I grab, let's just do a gray for now with my spectra brush. And let me just see. Yeah, it gets lost in the damask. I feel like the chandelier will have to exist in some way where it doesn't have the damask pattern behind it. The chandelier is going to be great for a vertical header, but no, it's not going to work on this sheet, but that is a-okay. That is totally okay. It will show up on another sheet. Right. It could be a different pattern with a lighter damask. Absolutely. Like we are playing around with having the damask pattern in different colors. So we could maybe still make it work, but I don't think we need to force it. So I like the idea over here. And actually, you know what? Before I nix it entirely, let me see what it would look like if maybe one of the damask backgrounds just instead is like something dark bloody red. Okay, chandelier is still going to be great on the vertical. I know the red is cool though. I'm like, would it be cool to make one of these more red? Let me bring in a red damask pattern. And I actually do want to bring the damask back in so I can have a little bit more control over those backgrounds again. And Mars, I want to see the whole chandelier too. It's just not going to fit on that. That's why the vertical header is where the chandelier will be able to really shine. So give me a sec. I just want to put this damask back in. So, because I also warped it a little bit when I made my headers a little bit smaller. So let me just real quick redo my damask pattern here. Excuse me for just a moment while I get this all lined up. Okay, like that. Merge that down. All right, so now I can redo this damask and have a little bit more full freedom. So let me just fill that in with this same gray for now. Fill. Give it its little drop shadow. And I still like the idea we mentioned earlier, Mars, of using the bottom parts of the chandelier to make some like washi strips that look like that bejeweled choker look, because I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, I'm just going to, I still saved the previous damask so I can reference it, but I'm just creating some again from scratch that aren't merged together so that I have some more freedom to change the colors as I want and other things like that. So just 1 second. Get this somewhat centered. That looks really nice, centered like that. Place my symmetry tool back in the center. Give myself some texture back here. Actually, this might make more sense to have the light coming from the candles like that. I'll still fine tune these colors, but just trying to get this laid in approximately. I do think I still like this better with the gray gradient, and I'm still going to just put in some sort of glowing light coming from the candles that is kind of separate. Now we bring that down here as well. Nice and centered. Okay, so this is where I can kind of start to play around with possibly a second damask color coming in. Now that I have these all on their separate layers again, let's bring this down here one more time. Like that. Let's bring the gray to the background of the bottom one. And now, what I was wanting to do, I want to see if I like one of these as a red damask. And I feel like I probably will. I don't know if it's the moth that I want to be the red, but we will see. Oops, don't want to merge all of those together. Just these with these. Okay, now let's take the damask and make that maybe even a darker red. We'll see if I want it to be a light damask. Oh, because that might be nice to have like black on a red background. Let's see. And then maybe I have the drop shadow on that be more of a dark red. Let's grab our red here. And I agree. I really like the red. I think this is bringing like the goth vibe back. But I feel like maybe the red we pair with the rose and then we keep the moth on the black. Now I recognize that we haven't yet created our mirrored counterpart to our moth. Let me bring my candles back. I appreciate you guys trusting this whole process with me. I know it's a freaking process. Let me go back and forth, back and forth. Okay, I have an idea for this. My idea is to do black along the outside, fade to red towards the inside, and then we have the damask fade to red as it goes to the outside. So almost kind of like a reverse color. Let's see. I liked the inverse coloring in theory, but in reality, it's like a little hard to pull off. I think I'm okay with it just going to black, because the reason that I wanted to pull black to the outsides here is because I like the idea of the red candles coming back in, and I want the red candles to pop, but I couldn't have the red background. And maybe I'm just going to do the same 2 candles I did up here. Right, Vanessa. It was cool at first, but then it got weird. It was the in-between part that like started kind of messing with your brain if you look at it too much. But this way, the candles really still pop. Let me make sure that I want those candles and I don't want these different candles, because I could also do these like floating candles. But I think those candlestick candles, I think, are just a little bit more striking. Well, I say that, but then once I got the floating candle in place, it actually did look kind of cool breaking the border. Okay, I like that. And then we're not just copying and pasting the same ones. And again, don't pay attention to the details of how things aren't fully popping off the background, like the black outlines. Details will come together at the end. Okay, I like that. Let me see if I can figure out a plan for this second sky header, because I liked the idea of having our other raven in there, and maybe we have some bats to kind of fill up the space. Mars, I'm trying my hardest to not have to draw anything new. I like that idea though, but I'm trying to not draw anything new. So now that we have that going on, let's double check we don't want the moth back in the center of this header. You have to just keep making the decisions over and over again when you keep changing things up. Okay, moth on the, okay. I see what you guys are saying. So maybe we do our 2 floating candles. Let's bring the rose back. You guys were suggesting that maybe we do like the cluster of the floating candles on the other side of the moth. Because I mean, I like the floating candles because they're spooky. And like floating red candles feels like a good fit. The other thing that we can do too is we can bring one of these windows in if we're like feeling a little iffy about any of these elements. But first, hang on, one step at a time. Hang on. I might also, what I might do is I might make the windows the focus of the weekly kit. The weekly kit is going to have 2 more of these same kind of style headers in a 2-sheet kit instead of the 3-sheet monthly kit. So I might make the windows like the full focus of the weekly kit and have all the decorative windows and window headers on that. But let me make our 2 little floating candles, little cluster. And again, it's hard to see them right now. I would make sure that they pop. I think Jake is about to be home. So that does mean that I'm going to be ending the stream here shortly, but I'm going to keep going for just a second longer until he makes me stop. And what if I grab my windows, copy all, okay, and I can leave this rose header exactly as is. But I'm kind of thinking that I could put I'm trying to think. Let me bring this down here, turn on the clipping mask. I was thinking if I add like a window behind this, this raven over here. Like I could do something like that. Just to mimic the circular moon that I have going on over there. I hear that Jake brought our friend over for dinner and she is like loves goth things. So I'm really excited to show her this collection. She's going to be my tester. Okay, I see what you're saying, Raven. I see what you're asking. Yep, no, I totally see what you're asking. And I don't think it would be too hard to achieve. Okay, Jake just said he's home and he's hungry and he's loving me. So we are going to call it a day here. I have I'm going to be playing around with this on my own. These 3 scenes, I think we're very happy with. These 3 here. These 2, not finished, need work. Not sold on either of these, but getting somewhere. But I really like these other suggestions that I have been given in the chat. I think I can get the rest done with like all the feedback I've gotten. I know I'm going to be able to strike a really good balance here. And I'm really, really excited for you guys to see how these end up turning out when they're finished. So that is going to be it for today's live stream. Once again, this is this month's August Patreon sticker rewards. So if you join my 15 or higher Patreon tiers, anytime in August, you will receive this physical sticker collection, which will be automatically mailed to your door. Patreon is for people in the US and outside of the US. I ship everywhere internationally for no additional shipping charge over on Patreon. You will also get this digital stickers for this collection, matching printables, the whole shebang. So if you join this month, anytime before the end of the month, you'll receive this collection. We are going to be doing all of our 8 Patreon live streams this month as well. So if you decide to join soon, like in the next few days, you'll also then have access to all of the upcoming live streams. So you're welcome to upgrade later in the month, but do know that if you can, it's always better to upgrade sooner than later so you don't miss out on all of the live streams, but the replays will be available to watch at any time if you do miss them. But I'm really happy with the progress we made today. Like, I'm beyond happy. Honestly, this has exceeded my wildest expectations. Everything is coming together so beautifully. I love the frames, the damask, the decorative elements. I'm so excited about this one. So thank you guys for helping me out with this process. You guys are so incredibly helpful, and you make the collection so much better with your input. So thank you for being here, for being so passionate about these designs. And I'm so happy that you guys are loving how this is turning out as much as I am. Thanks so much for spending 5 hours of your Sunday with me today. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. Have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is where you are in the world. And I'm going to go enjoy my stew, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, everybody.